Rancangan JLIDS in Digital School JLIDS tahun 2025. Semoga program ini dapat memperkukuh jaringan profesional, meningkatkan keberkesanan pedagogi dan membuka jalan ke arah kecemerlangan pendidikan matematik yang lebih lestari dan berimpak tinggi.
Hadirin yang dihormati, sebagai pemula bicara, majlis yang berbesar hati ini menjemput yang berusaha Puan Syahidah binti Basir, Ketua Penolong Pengarah Bahasa yang menjalankan tugas di Badan Pengarah Pendidikan, Sektor Pembelajaran, Jabatan Negara Negeri Perlis untuk menyampaikan ucapan alu-aluan pada pagi ini. Majlis yang segala hormatnya menjemput dan mempersilakan.
Baik, terima kasih kepada saudara dan juga saudari pengacara majlis. Baik, bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera, salam perlisli, Raja Berdaulat, Rakyat Berilmu, Negeri Sejahtera, Perlis Maju, ke arah rakyat Negeri Perlis bermentaliti kelas pertama dalam tindakan. Salam hashtag perlisli, salam menerajik kecemerlangan dan juga salam hashtag striving for excellence dan salam Malaysia Madani. Yang berbahagia, penceramah kita pada hari ini yang kita terbangkan khas daripada kota Singapura. Yang berbahagia Dr. Nur Huda Musa yang merupakan penceramah jemputan kita pada hari ini. Yang dihormati Encik Koh Bici yang sekarang telah menjawat sebagai Attaché Pendidikan di Ho Chi Minh, Vietnam, yang merupakan pegawai sebelum ini di sektor pengurusan sekolah. Yang dihormati Encik Chi Kong Yong, yang dihormati Encik Chong Hua Meng, yang dihormati Encik Ho Ju Hin, yang dihormati Puan Si Bi Ching, yang berusaha Puan Suhana binti Muhammad Ishak, Ketua Penolong Pengarah Unit Sains dan Matematik yang merupakan penyelaras program kita untuk hari ini. Seterusnya yang dihormati pegawai Etisas daripada sektor pembelajaran, sektor pengurusan murid dan juga sektor pengurusan sekolah. Dan juga yang dihormati pegawai daripada SIC Plus sektor pembelajaran. Seterusnya yang dihormati tuan-tuan dan puan-puan guru besar, ketua-ketua panitia dan juga guru matematik Sekolah Rendah Negeri Perlis. Alhamdulillah, bersyukur kita kehadrat ilahi dengan limpah dan kurnianya. Pada pagi ini dapat kita bersama-sama dalam program Perkongsian Amalan Terbaik Kaedah Pengajaran Matematik Konkret Pictorial Abstract di bawah program JLIDS Negeri Perlis. Terbang selindik di atas permatang, merbah berkicau di hujung muara. Pemanis kalam, selamat datang, awal bismillah pembuka bicara. Baik tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, saya sekali lagi ingin merakamkan setinggi-tinggi penghargaan dan juga ucapan terima kasih tidak terhingga kepada pegawai Etisas atas dan juga terutamanya di sektor pengurusan sekolah yang menjadikan yang membolehkan program kita dapat dijalankan di tempat yang cukup selesa pada hari ini. Baik tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, kalau kita lihat ini adalah salah satu daripada program support system yang diberikan oleh Jabatan Pendidikan Negeri Perlis untuk membantu meningkatkan pencapaian anak-anak kita, utama dalam mata pelajaran matematik. Di mana yang telah kita maklum, matematik merupakan, kalau sebelum ini dalam peperiksaan SPM, bahasa Inggeris merupakan killer subject. Tetapi sejak kebelakangan ini, dalam 3-4 tahun ini, matematik merupakan killer subject dalam peperiksaan SPM. Ini merupakan agenda kita bersama. Bukan kata agenda di Jabatan Pendidikan sahaja, tetapi agenda sekolah dan juga agenda nasional. Berdasarkan dialog prestasi yang telah dilaksanakan pada minggu lepas, dapatan menunjukkan bahawa subjek matematik telah mengalami penurunan selama 5 tahun. Okay? Tetapi alhamdulillah, ya, di negeri Perlis kita telah merangka program yang komprehensif, ya, untuk membantu meningkatkan pencapaian anak-anak kita dalam peperiksaan SPM, terutamanya bagi subjek matematik. Alhamdulillah pada tahun ini, ya, matematik moden dan juga matematik tambahan telah menunjukkan pencapaian dan juga peningkatan dalam SPM 2024. Ya. Tahniah kepada tuan-tuan dan puan-puan dan juga kepada unit sains dan juga matematik. Ya, dan juga sekalung tahniah kepada Badan Pemikir Matematik, ya, yang banyak membantu Jabatan Pendidikan Negeri Perlis merangka program yang bermanfaat, yang berkualiti untuk anak-anak kita. Ya. Baik tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, ya, pelbagai isu kalau kita lihat dalam mata pelajaran matematik, antaranya ialah sukatan matematik di sekolah rendah yang padat, ya, banyak, ya, SK, standard kandungan, standard pembelajaran yang perlu dihabiskan oleh guru-guru di sekolah dan perlu dikuasai oleh anak-anak kita di peringkat sekolah rendah. Ya, ini antara isu-isu dan juga isu yang ketara dalam kalangan anak-anak kita, terutama di peringkat sekolah rendah, ialah kurang penguasaan dan juga pemahaman, ya, tentang fakta-fakta asas dalam matematik. Ini memerlukan tindakan kita bersama. Ya, satu lagi ialah berkaitan dengan kurangnya motivasi dalam kalangan anak-anak kita apabila nak belajar subjek matematik yang dianggap sebagai susah. Dia dah mindset dia, dan matematik adalah susah. Itu antara beberapa faktor yang menyebabkan anak-anak kita sukar menguasai penguasaan dalam subjek matematik. Ya, tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, mungkinlah antara beberapa perkara yang kita boleh laksanakan bersama-sama untuk memastikan anak-anak berminat untuk belajar dalam mata pelajaran matematik, ya, dan kita melaksanakan pelbagai program yang komprehensif dan juga berimpak tinggi. Ya, pastikan matematik itu adalah mata pelajaran yang menyeronokkan. Ya, terapkanlah, ya, elemen-elemen seperti didik hibur dan sebagainya. Okey, untuk pastikan anak-anak di peringkat rendah dapat menguasai dan minat dalam matematik. Ya, sebab matematik ini adalah nadi kehidupan kita sebenarnya. Setiap hari, setiap detik, setiap minit, setiap jam dalam kehidupan kita dimulakan dengan matematik. Ya, terapkan, ya, dalam minda anak-anak kita supaya matematik itu adalah bermakna dalam kehidupan seharian kita. Ya, bukan untuk lulus peperiksaan semata-mata, tetapi akan digunakan dalam kehidupan kita seharian. Okey, baik tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, menjelang 2027 akan berlaku perubahan kurikulum, ya, iaitu kurikulum persekolahan 2027 ataupun dikenali sebagai KP 2027, ya, yang bakal dilaksanakan pada tahun Januari 2027 di tahun 1 di sekolah rendah dan juga tingkatan 1 di sekolah menengah, okay, yang akan dilaksanakan secara berperingkat-peringkat. Okey, dalam kurikulum sekongsi sedikit, ya, dalam kurikulum persekolahan 2027, kalau sebelum ini, okey, anak-anak kita di sekolah rendah dibahagikan kepada berapa tahap tuan-tuan dan puan-puan? 2 tahap. Ya, hampir 10 tahun dan lama dah kita menggambarkan 2 tahap, iaitu tahap 1 tahun 1, 2 dan 3, tahap 2, 4, 5 dan 6. Tetapi menjelang KP 2027 akan berlaku perubahan dalam kurikulum kita, ya, iaitu murid di sekolah rendah kita akan bahagikan kepada 3 tahap. Ya, tahap 1 melibatkan tahun 1 dan juga tahun 2, tahap 2 tahun 3 dan tahun 4, dan tahap 3 tahun 5 dan juga tahun 6. Itu perubahan yang drastik yang dilaksanakan oleh Kementerian Pendidikan bagi memastikan anak-anak kita terutama di sekolah rendah yang berada di bawah jagaan tuan-tuan dan puan-puan supaya menguasai asas, terutamanya asas 3M di tahap 1. Membaca, menulis dan juga mengira. Dan seterusnya, apabila anak-anak kita berada di tahap 2, akan berlaku pengukuhan di tahap 1 dan seterusnya akan berada di tahap 3. Seterusnya, dia akan meneruskan pengajian dia ataupun subjek berkaitan dengan matematik ini di sekolah menengah. Pastikan ketika berada di bawah jagaan tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, anak-anak kita menguasai ketiga-tiga asas ini. Asas 3M, membaca, menulis dan juga mengira. Kalau kita lihat dalam elemen kurikulum kita untuk memastikan anak-anak kita menguasai 3 elemen penting dalam kurikulum kita, iaitu aspek kandungan, aspek pedagogi dan juga aspek pentafsiran. Ketiga-tiga ini terkandung dalam elemen kurikulum kita yang kita mencapai piawaian antarabangsa. Sebab tu keputusan anak-anak kita di SPM telah diterima untuk meneruskan pengajian hampir ke 45 buah negara. Sebab kurikulum kita sudah mencapai piawaian ataupun standard antarabangsa. Baik tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, bagi memastikan anak-anak kita dapat menguasai mata pelajaran matematik yang dianggap sukar ini, pastikan kita laksanakan program-program yang komprehensif di peringkat sekolah, terutama dalam panitia matematik. Mantapkan panitia. Rangka program untuk meningkatkan 2 perkara, iaitu meningkatkan kompetensi guru, terutama dalam aspek kandungan, aspek pedagogi dan juga aspek pentafsiran. Dan juga yang kedua, meningkatkan pencapaian anak-anak kita. Biasanya kalau dalam panitia banyak merangka program meningkatkan pencapaian anak-anak kita, tetapi kurang menekankan kepada aspek untuk meningkatkan kompetensi dalam kalangan guru-guru. Itu yang perlu kita laksanakan. Saya yakin dan percaya memang tuan-tuan dan puan-puan melaksanakan perkara ini. Cuma perlu tindak ikut dan juga tindak susul ataupun FUFT ataupun PDCA dalam kalangan tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, supaya guru-guru di sekolah rendah dan juga guru-guru di sekolah menengah bergerak seiring sederak untuk memastikan anak-anak kita mencapai ilmu pengetahuan, mendapat kemahiran dan juga menguasai aspek nilai karamah insaniyah sepanjang 11 tahun mereka berada di bangku sekolah. Saya kira itu saja ucapan daripada saya. Saya mohon saya sekali merakamkan sertifikat penghargaan dan juga ucapan terima kasih kepada Dr. Nurul Huda yang sudi bertandang ke negeri Perlis. Sebenarnya kecil saja, lebih kurang Singapura saja. Perlis ini mungkin besar sikit lah. Dan juga merakamkan sertifikat penghargaan kepada Han Culture yang memungkinkan kita berada di sini dan kita membawa penceramah yang cukup hebat untuk berkongsi amalan terbaik bagi meningkatkan pencapaian matematik di negeri Perlis. Sekian, wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Terima kasih diucapkan kepada Puan Syahidah bin Basir atas ucapan semangat.
Ini yang dihormati sekalian, untuk membuka tirai pengisian ilmiah kita pada pagi ini, izinkan saya memperkenalkan penceramah jemputan khas kita yang tidak asing lagi dalam bidang pendidikan matematik, Dr. Nurul Huda Musa. Dr. Nurul Huda Musa ialah seorang pendidik matematik yang bersemangat dari Singapura dengan pengalaman selama lebih 2 dekad dalam bidang matematik. Beliau merupakan graduan dari Institut Pendidikan Kebangsaan Singapura. Minat beliau dalam pengajaran dan pembelajaran matematik telah mendorong beliau untuk melanjutkan pelajaran dalam sarjana pendidikan daripada National Institute of Education NIE, NTU, Singapura. Dan berkelulusan ijazah kedoktoran falsafah pendidikan PhD dalam pendidikan matematik di Curtin University. Beliau telah mengajar matematik sekolah rendah selama 20 tahun dan matematik peringkat menengah selama 5 tahun. Beliau telah mengajar matematik sekolah rendah. Dr. Nahuda telah menerbit dan membentangkan kertas kerja di persidangan antarabangsa. Beliau juga telah melatih guru-guru di peringkat antarabangsa dalam matematik di Singapura. Bidang kepakaran beliau adalah dalam penggunaan teori kontraktivisme dalam bilik darjah matematik sekolah rendah. Beliau terkenal dalam menyederhanakan konsep yang kompleks dan menggalakkan pelajar untuk bertanya soalan yang berkualiti. Kekuatan beliau adalah dalam membina pemahaman yang mendalam terhadap konsep-konsep matematik. Beliau merupakan penyokong kuat pembelajaran sepanjang hayat dan percaya kepada usaha membina keupayaan profesional guru untuk memperdalam amalan pedagogi mereka dalam memberi kesan kepada pembelajaran belajar. Dr. Nahuda terus berusaha dalam membina keupayaan guru untuk meningkatkan tahap pendidikan matematik melalui penciptaan pengalaman pembelajaran yang berkesan dan merangsang bagi pelajar dalam pembelajaran matematik. Tanpa melengahkan masa, majlis dengan penuh takzim mempersilakan Dr. Nur Huda Musa untuk menyampaikan sesi 1, pengenalan kepada kaedah konkret, Pictorial, abstrak, CPA, dan sesi kedua, pendekatan pembelajaran in teori dalam matematik. Dipersilakan.
Selamat pagi. So, sebentar ya. Oke, pagi ini kita melakukan workshop. Saya mencoba bahasa Melayu dan nanti saya masukkan sedikit bahasa Inggris, oke? Boleh? Alright, so it's here. Alright. Jadi kalau kita lihat di screen, if you look at the screen, I need you to first of all, when you go into the classroom, okay? When you go into a classroom, what's the first thing that you need? Apa yang pertama yang kita perlu bila kita sebelum kita masuk ke bilik ajar? What do you need to enter the classroom? Very quickly. You're a teacher, so you should have a pedagogical content knowledge. Jadi pengetahuan tu seharusnya ada. Jadi tapi bila kita masuk dalam classroom, what do we need first of all? You have that knowledge, otherwise you won't be a teacher. Sorry? I can't hear you, louder please. Good, a plan. But a plan, if you're carrying it out, then you're just like an AI. Betul tak? If you have a plan, that's very good. But if you just carry out the plan, an AI can do that. I can type a lesson plan in AI. You're gonna generate. But what do you need, first of all? There are young children in your classroom. What do you need? You need passion. Yes, I heard someone say passion. You need kindness. You need patience. These are the 3 key things that you really must have before you enter the classroom. The kids are going to annoy you. They will, and they have. Okay, but you have to be above that. All right? So on the screen, on a scale of 1 to 10, 1 being not a very good teacher, 10 being a very good teacher, I need you to think about yourself last year. What kind of teacher are you? From 1 to 10. Don't ask your friend. This is about you. Okay? Let's do the first one first. In the year 2024, how were you as a teacher? And be very honest. If you're not good, give yourself a number. Maybe 3, 4. If you think you're okay, then maybe you're 5 or 6. Ready? Can you take 10 seconds or 30 seconds to reflect on that now? Very quickly. If there is a paper in your notebook, there is a piece of paper on the table. Can you just write year 2024 and then write a number next to it? Yeah? Habis? Halas? Okay, so next one. Now, I need you to look at yourself this year for the last 6 months. What number would you give yourself now compared to last year? Dah? Habis? Dah selesai? Dah selesai ke belum? Dah. The table kat belakang tu yang di ujung, di pojok, dah habis ke belum? Okay. Angkanya tu berbeza tak? Berbeza. Okay. Now, I need you to ask this question. What caused that change? Reflection is a huge process to growing to be a better person. I need you to be aware. Ada beza dengan angka yang kita tulis tu. Apa yang menyebabkan perbezaan antara tahun lepas dan tahun ini? 6 bulan ini. Apa yang menyebabkan the difference in the number? You ready? Simple, right? Done? Okay. Keep the reasoning to yourself. Keep the number to yourself. We're going to revisit that at the end of the day. But now, you see the screen? Do you see the screen now? Good. Ready? Ready? Now, in your groups, I'm not giving you any instructions. The instructions I'm giving you is just that. I'm leaving it to your creativity. As a group, collaborate, work together, bekerja sama, and try and figure what you have open for you on your desk. You have 2 sheets of paper. Dah dibukakan. Okay, begini. Gunakan yang pertama yang di atas saja dulu dengan ada ice cream sticks. Patang ice cream. Okay. In any way, tak ada yang salah, tak ada yang betul, because ini idea yang datang dari diri sendiri. Tak ada idea yang salah, tak ada yang betul. Okay? Cuma kita memperbaiki aja. Ready? I'm gonna give you 5 minit. Boleh tak? Huh? Very good. Well done. Somebody asked a question. What is P? Well done. Lagi sikit, kuat sikit. Tahu tak apa tense? Yalah, 10 to 10. 40, tapi dalam sini tu apa?
Nilai ke-40.
Place value. Place value is nilai ke-40. I learned something. Terima kasih. What is O? Once. Thank you. What is once? Sa. Okay. Alright. Now that you know what is T and what is O, can you use your creativity? You have no idea what you're gonna do. That's the best part. Because I see creativity everywhere. Quickly get on with it. Tengok, I need some loose ice cream sticks here. We don't have loose ice cream sticks. Can we just use? Ada tak? Very good. Okay. Can I ask you something? Tengok, this table. Okay. Kita kena buka ya. Yang loose, ambil 12. 12 dan 44 keluarkan dia punya depan. So jadi kalau saya
No, this one just should be finished. We're not doing these now. We're doing
pakai ni. Itu. Pasal nak minum. Pasal ni dekat tu kat sini.
really sweet.
Itu aku dia baikat tu tok tu dia duduk.
Dia Marino. Oh, dah. Baik. Mesti ni gambar dah loh. Wah, teruskan. Saya dah bincang. Saya dah. Ya. Dia pakai skrim awal pagi ni. Wah. Ni salsa.
Alright, ready? Wonderful. Ready? I love the sign. You ready?
Pasti resmi ke?
Everyone,
Live ke dah? Resmi ke dah? Dia pada gambar ke dah?
when I go around, call the ones. In the classroom, you cannot have two conversations going on. One conversation in the classroom. Ready? Boleh? Kita sekolah, kalau kita hari ini, kan? Bagi one sekolah baru ini juga, bedanya ada beza. Jadi, saya beli ini. They can see that 10 ones make 110. So instead of doing this, here in the 10th column, 1 should be good. So for these, like that. Okay? So now, let's take a look at us. Now that you can just now. Ready? So, you see that? Wonderful. You see this? Now you need to look at the screen so that you know what I'm talking about. Ready? You put 3 tens, 5 ones, 2 tens, and 7 ones because you want to add 35 to 87. Betul tak? Okay, siapa tak faham? Tolong
angkatkan tangan. Saya akan terangkan lagi. Semua boleh? Okay, so now, selalu kalau saya buat training, mereka akan tolak semua ke bawah dan tolak ini semua ke bawah. Jadi atas ini semua kosong. Boleh tak? Kalau boleh, kalau anak-anak nak dia lupa, dia nak revise, apa yang dia lihat? Tak boleh, dia nak lihat. Because there are different types of learners. We have got audio learners, we've got visual learners, we've got tactile children who like to touch and move things. They like to move, okay? I am a pictorial person. I remember by drawing and by writing. I need to write because when I write, it goes to my memory. Okay? So this is a visual form. You really need to stop moving so that when they want to look again, it's there. So you add on. I add this is 3 and 2 is 5, this is 5 and 7, I get 12. Correct? Then we do number bonds. Now apa number bonds? 12 is actually made up of 10 and 2. That 10, I can bundle it up with a rubber band to make it into 110. Okay? Now this 110, look out, ready? This is a home or the house for ones. Dia tak belong, dia tak tinggal di rumah ni. Sebab rumah ni cuma untuk one saja. Dia harus pulang ke rumahnya, which is in the tens. That's how you explain the abstract stage. Okay? Can you remember this movement that you do? Can you remember the movement that you do? Because the movement, this is what we call the concrete stage, where you move objects. In that movement, you're actually making sense. When a child forgets the math, the child remembers the movement. I move the 110 into the 10 columns. I bundle up 10 loose ice cream sticks. They remember the activity. So this is the concrete stage, and this is the pictorial stage. What is the purpose of a pictorial stage? Any idea? What is the purpose of a pictorial stage? It is like a recording of what they did at the concrete stage, okay? So this is where you, as a teacher, when you walk around, if you see anything not right, that's where you intervene and you question. You don't correct. You do not say, oh, this is wrong. Like when I went over to you and I said, one stick and one stick, apa bezanya antara ini dengan tens and this is ones. So somebody said, one stick tu dalam tens column, puluhan, and lagi satu dalam sa, ones, correct? Tapi but I'm only 8 years old. Saya masih kecil, 7 tahun. Saya tak faham bezanya. Pada saya, dua-duanya sama. Yang beza tu cuma T dengan O. Tapi kalau kita taruh 10, dia akan dapat lihat perbezaannya. Okay? Jadi dia tahu tens tu to answer your question, in the advanced stage, the children will not be using ice cream sticks anymore because they understand the concept of carrying over or regrouping or renaming. We rename the 10 ones into 110s. Boleh? So namanya is like either renaming, kita tukar namanya from 10 ones into 1 tens. Oh, we regroup, sebab kita regroup kan, 10 loose ones, kita taruh rubber band. Okay, so then from there, you can see this is number bond. Can you see number bond? Nampak tak? 12 kita pecahkan dari 10 dan 2. So this 1, 10 ones is actually 1 tenth. Sorry, can you see that 12? This 10 ones is actually 1 10 belongs to the tens column. That's how we do regrouping. Do we have to do this every lesson when they do addition? Do we have to do this? No, you will be burnt out if you do this every time. The idea of doing this is just to explain the little concept here. Why is the one on top? There is a reason. Sebab kita regroup. I don't explain, mereka yang buat sendiri. Jadi mereka yang buat sendiri, mereka yang memahami sendiri. Soalan? Ada soalan tak buat saya? Yes. Ada soalan? Boleh? Nak mikrofon? Ada soalan?
Okay, example 12 for low function student, untuk yang murid lemah, dia akan confuse 12 tu 10 or 1 and 1 10 and 1 12 rumah tu 10 and 1, betul tak? 12 and then murid akan confuse, murid yang low function lah, which cara apa yang lebih mudah nak bagi dia faham lagi? Okey, nombor 12 tu. Okey. Kemudian tentukan rumah tu. Ya. Yang lebih mudah, kami nak yang lebih mudah sikit, beri mudah low function tu.
Ini ya, memang kita nak mudah, jadi kita mengajar procedure. What you're doing is a procedure. What I'm doing is understanding. You okay? Even if they are the low performing group, I will not teach them a procedure. I will get them to understand. Mereka masalahnya tu bukan mereka tak faham. Mereka memerlukan waktu yang lebih sedikit. Sebab ada murid yang boleh belajar dalam masa yang singkat, ada murid yang boleh memerlukan masa yang lebih daripada yang lain. What we do is we give them the time, because Jerome Bruner believes every child has a different duration to learn. So don't be afraid to give that time to the child. When you teach procedure, the child will always come to you and say, I don't want to do this, it's very hard. Give me a procedure. That's how I learned when I was a child. I didn't understand anything about math. My teachers were scary, very scary. They just go like, you follow the procedure and you'll be fine. And sure enough, I am fine, but there was no meaning to my learning at all. Okay? I got my A1 in my O levels because the Cambridge questions were repeat questions. I went to the 10-year series, I look at the question, I look at the solution, and I memorize them. And I practice. That's how I learn. But if you ask me whether I learn anything, I learn nothing. But what we're doing right now is we're stretching a child to be resilient. We're telling the child, you can do it, just take your time. That's what mathematics is all about, the soft skills. Have I answered your question? Memang ada dua cara. Satu cara senang, kita ada procedure. Boleh. Saya pernah buat macam itu dululah, kan? Mula-mula kan, I do procedure, very simple. Okay, but when I do my studies, I realize cara tu boleh, but it's not good. We're not building certain skills in a child. So the choice is yours. And that's what we call, sorry, this part again. Can you see this part? This is where we introduce symbols like 3, like a addition signs. Okay, this explains the idea, like I said, just to recap the ones. So this whole process here is what we call the concrete pictorial abstract way of learning. Now, ready? Tadi saya dengar, I think something about curriculum. Sukatan is curriculum. Is it? Sukatan pelajaran is curriculum atau syllabus? Sukatan pelajaran is curriculum ke syllabus? Syllabus. Katanya sukatan pelajaran penuh, banyak untuk kita cover. Correct? Yes. Every teacher is overwhelmed because there's so many things to cover, and you are right. But once I play around with this for 2 or 3 days, if I think that my children can understand, I will sign individual work, I will mark, and I will check to see whether they have understood. I will not take a week, I will take about 3 to 4 days. Ready? If they can do that, okay, listen very carefully here. If I move forwards, I must also be able to, if I can walk forward, I must also be able to go backwards, correct? If I can bend, I must also be able to stand straight. If I go to my left, I must be able to also go to my, if I can add, I can subtract. You understand the process? This is an opportunity to grow. Because you don't. But if you really don't know, this is a chance for, may not be me, one of your friends to explain to you why I would take this opportunity to do it. So you have a second sheet with you. Can you go back and arrange 35? Subtract 27. I want to see on your sheets now. The second one. The first one, take it, crush it. Go to the second sheet below. Or you can use the first sheet as well if it's still clean. Okay? 35 minus 27. Rearrange your ice cream sticks, please. 27. Needs help? Are we good? Ready? Anyone needs help? We still have approximately 40 minutes. Not too many. Oh, we're waiting for this again. Okay. So you open up the 110 to make it? Yes. Well done. Now, any group has any questions for me? Who has any question for me? Okay, one conversation, shall we? Alright. Some groups okay, ready? If you are ready, are we ready? Okay, good. So if you are ready, I will move on to the next one. I was explaining the way of doing it to the last two groups at the end there. The last few groups at the corner over there. So if you need me to explain to you how it's done, I can explain to you, but I don't have my screen. I don't have on my screen how to explain this activity because it's just a reflex. If I can add, I want to quickly sneak in to do a subtraction. Okay? Tapi if you feel murid-murid belum bersedia, jangan buat dulu. Because we know our children well. You decide. Alright? Now, can you fold the ice cream sticks and put it on the floor or a chair? Just take the paper and fold it. Take the paper, the two papers and fold it and put it on the floor. Okay? Just put it on the floor. Fold it and put it on the floor. Now, Okay, ready? Okay. Alright, so now, yang aktivitas yang kedua, my computer, the screen is hanging. Can you sit down? Okay, all of us duduk dulu sebentar. My screen is hung. I cannot move on. So, with that, we will move on to the second activity. Ready? Okay. Right, sedia. Dah? Okay, boleh? Now, the second activity ada kertas, dua kertas. Satu yang kecil with squares. Another one is just put it on the floor with the ice cream sticks. Put it on the floor fold it over and put your ice cream sticks in the middle and then fold it over. Yeah, ready? Boleh? Alright, now, if I ask you to multiply, boleh tak? Multiply 26 by 11. Wait, sebentar. Masih kecoh lagi, kita tenang dulu ya. Kita breathe, let's breathe and let's settle down. Boleh? Boleh tak? Okay. Dah? Okay. Now, if I ask you, kalau kita nak multiply ya, berganda 26 kali 11. Net tahu, boleh tak? Macam mana? Gimana? Boleh, because why? You will do, what will you do? I will boleh, if I ask you to multiply 26 by 11, you can do it mentally, or the gentleman will explain to you how it's done. His name is not named. Can you introduce yourself, okay?
11 pecahkan jadi 10 tambah 1. Jadi 26 tu darab dengan 10 dan kita tambah dengan 26 darab 1.
Hello.
Okay, wait. Faham tak? Cara dia macam mana? Alright, ready? Now, this is the explanation. Ready? Boleh tak lihat sini sebentar? Actually, this should be in the middle, ya. So, jadi 26 kali 11 kan? Tadi cik nak ni dia. Dia apa yang dia what have you learned from him? What did he say? Yang ini kita pecahkan jadi berapa? Jadi ini kali 10 berapa? Ini dengan ini jadi berapa? Angkanya berapa? Senang kan? Betul tak? Boleh? Sekarang kita cuba 26 kali 3 gunakan kertas. Can you shape for me? Boleh? Can you try? Shape the colors. For example, I want you to, okay, I need you to think of a concept of area. There is a field, 26 meters long, and a breadth of 3. How are you going to find the area? Kalau angka besar, kita boleh buat macam itu kan? Betul tak? I'm going to pinjam idea itu ke dalam cara yang begini ya. So 26 times 3 is actually, boleh tak kita draw 26 kali 3? Ada marker kan? Kita ambil 26 dan kita ambil 3. Boleh draw tak macam area? Betul. Naik bawah lah. Boleh? Boleh tak? Maaf ya, saya see the board? That is what I did. Well done. Okay. Okay. So you get the screen how I do it. Ready? If you look at the screen, the concept of area on the screen. Can you see that? Jadi 26 ni saya buat macam ni, 26 kali 3 kan? Ini 20 saya belahkan. Jadi 20 kali 3 is berapa? 60. Betul tak? Betul ya? Okay? I need you to look at the screen. Now the next one, 26. I break it into 20 and 6. 20 and 3, I get 16. 6 and 3, what do I get here? I get 18. Altogether, what do I get? 78. This is one way of doing multiplication, doing distributive. As an adult, I do a lot of distributive when I'm at the supermarket. Okay? Are we ready? Boleh? Boleh tak? Jadi kalau saya di supermarket, kalau saya mau bayar, ada berkali ganda, I will break it up. Okay, katakan macam 19 kali 33. I will take 33 kali 20. And then tolak 19. I will break it up when I'm counting mentally. Okay? Another way is, ready? All right. Another way, this is a method that is suggested by Cambridge. This is a strategy that the Cambridge uses to teach multiplication. But in Asia, we don't really use this, do we? What do? We use this. We use multiplication. Okay, ready? I want you, there is another sheet of paper on your desk. Ready? Can you put the square paper on the floor or the chair? Put the square paper on the floor. Put the square paper on the floor. So open up the big paper. You have beads inside that paper when you open up, correct? How are you going to multiply 26 by 3 using the beads? Now, before we start, I need you to look at this. What am I using here? Very good. Somebody said that. Who said that? Who said different colors? Well done. Okay. Ready? Wait. My question is, why would I use different colors? For the grade ones, I use pens, I use stick, and I bundle it because they can see. I will not manipulate. And I'm ready. For the grade ones, I use 110 in a round pen, right? So that when we break it, they can see that 110 is grade ones. Because they're young. Now they are grade 3. I want them to be a bit more sophisticated. I want some colors. 1, 3 is the same as 10 grade 1. The same as your money. 10 ringgit, 1 sen, sama dengan 10 ringgit, 10 color. Okay? So this is the concept of money that I borrow to do this using colors. Yes, what's your reason?
Saya ada lupa
Untuk membezakan rumah fans dengan rumah wan.
When you use this? Bila kita akan gunakan ini? Will you use this for grade ones?
Please beli
Ya, tapi untuk murid-murid umurnya berapa?
7 atau 8.
7 atau 8. Okey, mereka memahami, boleh? Kalau saya akan gunakan ice cream sticks because mereka boleh lihat dan mereka boleh berkira. Tapi kepada saya akan gunakan yang lebih atas umurnya. Umur 9 atau 10. Okay? Alright, terima kasih. So now, I am using prior knowledge. How do you teach them multiplication? Using what? Multiplication using the concept of repeated addition. How does it look like? Ready? Boleh gini. 26 multiplied by 3 is 26 plus 26 plus 26. Boleh tak? Jadi boleh isi yang bawahnya tak? Can you do the whole thing now in your paper? I want to see as I go around. Put the total at the bottom. Add up the bluebeats, the ones and the tens. Put the total at the bottom. Don't move the top. Ada lagi kan dalam itu? Total kan? You ready? Total kan? No. Jangan. Yes. So add up. Okay. Hang on. I need 6. Okay. How would you add that? Okay. So jadi ini ada. Okay. So it's 6. How many would you have here? Okay. Put 18. 2, 4, 6, 6. Yeah. Total. Where's the total? Okay, ready? Dah? Totalnya di atas. Oh, ini very cantik. Very well. Ini tulang siswa, ini rumah merah, ini rumah biru. Jangan cantik-cantik. Can I have one ring? Okay, no, I want to follow the arrangement and then total up. Follow the arrangement and total up. Okay, very good. I need to total up here. I need to have 6, 12, 18, put 18. Total up. Well done. Okay, so okay, can you do me a favor? Can you look at your group? Stand up and look at your group. Go on. Wow, well done. Wait, you ready? Very good. Well done. In this group, and this group, very good. So what do we do? Can you give me marker? Ready? If you want to see this group is available, okay, so this one is here. Like this. So then this. Alright, ready? You can come to this group. Take a look. The group's there. Take a look. Ready? Good. So what do we have here? 6. When you are in your classroom, what you do is, okay, come settle down and go back to your seats. Let's go back to your seats. Let's go back. Ready, 1, 2. Yes, terima kasih. Okay, now, look at the screen. This is the concrete stage. Can you see that? You have got 18 here. I group the 10 and 8. I add my 10s. Can you see that? I break it into 1 10, 8 ones. Okay? Now then what do I do next? I add up my 10s dulu. I add up my 10s, what do I have? 6. But this little guy here does not belong in the ones column. Betul tak? So what must I do? Yes, you draw a box, correct. So what do we do? Can you see that? I move this little guy over. Okay? So this is the pictorial representation. This is the pictorial representation. A repeat of what was done. If a child can actually do this, you know the child has understood the process that he has gone through or she has gone through. Now the next step is to do the algebraic. Now this is the most important part. Why am I doing all this activity? Because I want to make sense of this. How do I teach it as a brand new teacher when I graduated from my Institute Pendidikan? Ini ya, I will just tell them 6 times 3 is 18. 18 ada 2 nombor kan? Betul tak? Yang kanan kita taruh dulu, yang kiri kita bawa naik. Betul tak? That was me when I was 22 years old. Okay? What am I doing? I'm teaching. Mereka faham. Mereka boleh lulus. But what am I doing? I am doing a procedural thinking. They don't understand kenapa nombor di kanan kita taruh di bawah, nombor kiri kita naik ke atas. Kenapa? Mereka tak faham. Right? But the reason for this activity is because 18 ones is actually broken into 10 ones and 8 ones. The 10 ones belong to the tens column. Betul kan? And what did we do? We get the 2, I add 3 times, and I get 6, I add 1. Can you think of a common problem in your classroom with this carrying over? What is one common problem that you face when you mark their work? Yes. Just shout it out, huh? You add. What do they add? Yes, betul. They will add the 2 and the 1 first. Okay? So they will get 3 di sini. 3 times 3 they will get. Betul tak? Is that a common problem in your classroom? It is every year. When I teach a grade 3, I see this problem at least with 1 child. And then what do? I will go back to the concrete stage and I say, did we add first, or did we put the 1s over, or do we add the 10s first? We added the 10s first, right? So the same thing, you must add the 2 3 times. Then you add the, remember this one here? Okay, remember this? Remember? All right, ready? Remember this? I will bring them back to the concrete stage whereby they, what? They added first and then I shift over. The whole idea of this concrete stage is to build that understanding for a child when they're dealing with abstract concepts involving regrouping and renaming. Are we okay? At this point, I'm going to ask you, do you have any questions? Do you have any reflections? Yes, you have a reflection? You want to share your reflection? Not yet, not yet. Okay, sabar dulu. Anybody wants to share anything? No? Okay, the next one. Can I move on to the last activity? All right, ready? The last activity. Okay, again, this is how I overcome the mistake of them adding first. The next activity is this. Okay, so I'm going to skip this first. I'm going to skip. This is in the textbook. The textbook actually, there are pages in the textbook like that. It shows you exactly how it's done. The same way I'm doing it with you. All right? And there is a virtual manipulators. I'm going to skip that for a while. If we have time, I will run through that again for you. Okay? Next one. A common mistake for those teaching grade 6. A common mistake in simplifying algebra. Ready? Do you know what a common mistake is? What is a common mistake? Yes? Anyone? Sorry? Somebody say something? What is a common mistake? Sorry? They will what? Oh, belum lagi. Oh, tak ada juga. Oh, belum lagi. Okay. So there's no algebra in your curriculum. Okay. As a student yourself, very quickly. Apa yang mana itu? Huh? Oh, okay. Bukan dua lah. Okay. Okay, never mind. Ready? Walaupun dia satu variable atau dua, it's okay. It's alright. I prepared double because I want to make it more interesting for you. On your desk, you fold the paper with the beads and put it on the floor. Now, fold the paper with the beads and put it on the floor. Don't, there's an equation, pull the equation out. Okay, ready? Alright, pull the equation out. There are algebraic parts like okay, ready? Kita pakai satu aja cukup lah. Okay, ready? Very good. Put it on the table. Well done. Take up from that. Take up the X group. X and Y. You just need one. Okay? So you see, we group like a group. We just group it, okay? So then, Alright, ready? Are we good? Anyone? I'm gonna get one representative here. One representative from this group to explain how it's done. I'm going to put my slides up. Ready? Nah, boleh. Kasih. Okay, same thing, yeah? Okay, ready? Now, someone is going to explain. I'm just going to show the slides on the screen. On the screen.
Okey, dan bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Berkaitan dengan soalan yang diberi 3Y tolak X tolak 5 tambah 2Y tambah 4X tambah 11. Kita
You don't talk when people are talking. Because you know what? Whatever you're going to say, they're not going to listen. Ready? Okay. So that one you see on the screen is a common problem. They shift the numbers, but they keep the signs. You see that? They lift the minus, but they just shift it to make it 5. Okay, it's the 5. They just shift the 5. Alright? Now, Cik Rafiq will explain to you. Ready? Yes? Let me give it your attention. Alright, ready? Go.
okey, dah boleh lah. Okey, baik. Daripada satu soalan yang dikumpulkan tu, kita pecahkan kepada setiap bahagian. Yang pertama kita ambil 3Y dulu, susun secara menengah. Kemudian kita ambil tolak X ataupun negatif X. Dan yang seterusnya negatif 5, kita letakkan satu persatu 5 keping. Dan tambahan yang seterusnya adalah 2Y. Dan seterusnya 4X. Dan akhir sekali ada 11 keping nombor 1 di situ. Okey, kemudian seterusnya kita cari penyelesaian di mana kita gabungkan 3Y bersama dengan 2Y tu. Jadikan 5Y terkumpul dan 4X yang sedia ada kita gabungkan dengan negatif X, tolak X. Seterusnya 11 kita gabungkan dengan negatif 5. Tolak maksudnya tolak 5 lah cikgu nak.
Ada soalan tak? Faham tak? Boleh ikut. Okay, with that, you have no problem with the minus signs because
Okey, dan yang terakhir sekali bila kita jumlahkan ketiga-tiga kumpulan tadi, kita akan dapat jawapan dia. Yang pertama 5Y Komen semua kan jawapannya. Okey, 5Y kemudian 3X dan 6. Okey, itu saja.
yes, thank you. Very good. Well done. Okay. Right. This when I teach it, I used to bubble it up. I tell them bubble it up, bubble it up, bubble it up, and then you move like bubbles. They will bubble it up, but they will still make a mistake. They will still keep the signs. They don't understand why we bubble it up. But when I do this with a grade 6 3 weeks ago, all I have to do is to teach a girl how to shift, touch the things and then shift to combine. So when she does all other simplifying of algebraic expression, she will visualize it in her head how she will use her hand to move. Okay, she will move the negative, so she will see if it's negative 5x, she'll see minus x, minus x, minus x, minus x, and then she will move it to the x. And she doesn't make a mistake anymore. Because why? What I've done is I've created a visual in her head and a movement that comes with the visual. Okay? Any question on this? With that, we actually, all right, so we move all these things, like I said, we bubble it up. Okay, so why are we going to do, we come to the end of the CPA, basically, the concepts that are abstract, I try to make it as concrete as possible, because if they don't remember the concept, they remember breaking up the 110 into 10 ones. They remember changing 10 blue beads into 1 red beads. Okay, they understand the concept of multiplication, and they can understand the concept of simplifying algebra because they remember the movement that goes with it. Now, your role is actually to connect the physical objects to the pictures or what they visualize and to the symbols, the 3 symbols that what I did. Okay, so your role is actually to consolidate all of it together. Right, so the next one is we have finished CPA, we're moving on to the inquiry-based learning. There are some activity. What's the difference between CPA and inquiry-based? When you go through the inquiry-based learning, at the end of the experience, I want you to compare your concrete pictorial abstract and your inquiry-based learning. I want you to see the difference between the two. For now, the food is being served. I think you're hungry. When you come back, please don't fall asleep. Okay? Can I give you a short break? Like maybe 20 minutes? Cukup tak? Cukup, yeah? There are 2 sides, one on the right, one on the left. Can you please have your meal? Very quickly. So it's already 10:15. Can we come back about 10:35? I will start at 10:35, okay? All right, thank you. Enjoy your break.
Baik. Tapi yang pasangan ni betul. Aku tak mau. Aku bukan nak lo. Dia kecil lo. Bukan mana. Tolong kawan. Batak jadi biru ke? Jadi biru.
Kak, tolong ambil anak Jen. Aku duduk dalam dia tadi dah jadi MC. tak lagi 240 boleh lah. Ya, 140 boleh tolong. Dua tak boleh tolong. Ada nani. Ya, pergi juga habak dekat dia kata family program. Kita nak pergi semalam ni dah tak boleh kata dia. Pukul 140 boleh. Pukul 2 tak boleh.
Ni jangan cakap dia. Lagi dah. Kayu dah tikul balik. kambing. Ini berapa kenapa dia Pak? Bawa sambil akan jadi. Oh, itu.
All right, ready? Give yourself a minute or two. Can we, if you're done, would you like to clear your desk? So then we can start with inquiry-based learning. I need you to be aware of what you're doing. But before that, I need to have a chat with you. Okay? All right. All right, boleh? Okay, so can everyone be seated? Please make sure on your desk there are 2 sets of wooden stakes and a stack of paper. That's all. 2 pieces of paper. That's enough. Yeah. Okay, boleh? During the bio break, I was seated at the table there, at the corner there, at the last row, and it was a lovely chat that I have with a group of teachers. And one of the things that we discussed is, I asked, how was the session so far? Okay? You can tell me, it's okay, it's good. So my next question to you is, it doesn't matter whether it's good or it's not good for you. So my point is, if it's good or it's not good, are you going to bring this back into your classrooms? Okay. Some say yes, maybe because I'm standing here. Okay? It's fine. But if you say yes, and you're going to bring it to your classrooms, and you are unwilling, but you do it because I have to do it, because I attended this course, and my principal wants me to do it in my classroom. Okay? You are not E-class. It will not work out for you. Okay? When you are E-class and you want to do it, God will open the way for you to make it easy for you and your kids. Believe me, I have been an unwilling doer, and it never worked. It never did, for me at least. Whatever you want to do, you have to be sincere. You have to be willing. And if you're not willing, don't waste your time. That's the simple rule. You can stick to your method, that's fine. But if you're willing, I tell you, it can. For me, it's very simple. When I started teaching, if you ask me how I was first when I started teaching, I would rate myself as a 1. My kids did very well when I first started teaching. I was doing the wrong thing. I was teaching them procedures. They're not lawyers and doctors and accountants, but when I asked, what did you learn? He said, actually nothing. I learned nothing from you. And that is so sad, because that's how it is, but they're successful. They use my teaching to get to the university, to get to higher learning. But there was no value in that. But if you ask me how I am right now, I impart I don't impart knowledge. I get them to create knowledge. You see the difference? Then I impart knowledge. I tell them how it's done. But now I tell them, you do it, you think, I will guide you. So they create that knowledge. Understand? And it stays with them. And in that creating that knowledge, kadang tak boleh kan? Betul tak? Susah. That's where resilience comes in. And that's where they persevere, and that's where your role as a facilitator, you're no longer a teacher, you're a facilitator. You encourage and you ask questions to get them to think, not to tell them where to go. I'm going to skip this one here. Okay, so this is a very quick one here. Inquiry based. The teacher guides the students with the questions posed. The students will interpret the learning. And come on. And they actively discover information. They create the information. All right, so basically, inquiry based is all about active thinking and thinking. Thinking is basically requires the least amount of rigor, whereas active thinking requires you to use what you already know to embark on high order thinking, where you need to first of all analyze what's given, assess what's given, and then put everything together to synthesize to make it into a complete whole understanding. It emphasizes on critical thinking, problem solving, and most important thing, it allows students to actively engage in their learning by getting them involved in experiments. I'm not doing experiments, I'm doing activities with you. All right, I'm going to skip this, okay? Because how many ways can you add 6 and 8? You'll be surprised. I can find 8 ways to do this. 8 ways. And I didn't create this. Who created this? The teachers that I work with over the years. All right, so I'm just going to skip this because it requires the beats. We are going to skip. If you want to know, then I'll show you how. So this is a page from the book. Now, you're going to start with this. I'll give you 5 ice cream sticks of different lengths. One set has got long ice cream sticks. Another set has got, not ice cream sticks, just sticks. Another set has got 5 short ice cream sticks. Now, what am I going to do with this? I'm going to teach the topic of parallel and perpendicular. Okay? I'm not going to teach it at all. They are going to discover it on their own. And how did I do it? In our classrooms, I'm sure in your classrooms, every child will have a device, or you can bring your kid to the lab. Okay? This is all my instruction. Do they know what perpendicular is? Maybe, maybe not. Do they know what parallel is? Maybe, maybe not. Do they know what a right angle is? Maybe, maybe not. So I'm just going to say, I'm going to give you the 4 ice cream, the 2 pairs of different length, then 10 ice cream, 10 sticks. Go show me the diagrams you can form with that. So what do they have to do? They have to Google. What is the meaning of parallel and parallel, perpendicular, and right angles. All right. So once they know, I go from table to table. I'll bring them back to their seats, and I go like, okay, can someone explain to me what is parallel? Somebody will explain. And then I will add on. Parallel, they go like rows, like, you know, give me an example of a parallel. Sorry? What's an example of a parallel? Huh? A row. Very good. Parallel, okay? Give me another example. Sometimes the road goes on a curve. Train. good. What else? What else is correct? So you talk about examples of parallel. What is a perpendicular? You don't say it. The children will come and share with you what perpendicular is. Give me an example of perpendicular. Huh? Your building. The building you're on, it's perpendicular to the ground. It cannot be not perpendicular, right? You show a picture of Leaning Tower of Pisa. Is it perpendicular to the ground? Is it? You know Leaning Tower of Pisa? The building that's slanted? Is it perpendicular? So you generate examples of perpendicular. And then you ask them, what is a right angle? Can you show me a right angle? So they'll just show you like that. A right angle. It's a right angle. Simple as that, right? Now that you have learned what these are, can you show me a diagram? Can you make diagrams that shows 4 parallel, 4 perpendicular, and 4 in one diagram? In one diagram. By doing this, I know whether my children have understood the concept of parallel and perpendicular. The book separates it. Section A is parallel, section B is perpendicular, and then section C is right angles. I'm going through everything at one go. It can be done. I have done it, and I covered this in 3 lessons. They have understood that. Now your job right now is to create as many diagrams as you can. I can only come up with 1. But in my training, the teachers came up with more. I'm going to show you all the diagrams that the teachers from India, from Indonesia, actually created after this. I'm going to give you 5 minutes to play around with it. Every diagram that you take a photo. Okay? Can do? Start now. 5 minutes. Any questions before we start? Do you have any questions before we start? Ready?
Ready.
Alright, ready? Now, some of you may have gotten it. Okay, ready? Let's go back. Let's go back. Let's look at the screen. Go back to your seats a minute. This is what I did. Look at the screen. I did this because why? Let's look at this, huh? 1 parallel, 2 parallel, 3 parallel, 4 parallel. Betul? How many perpendicular? 1, 2, 3, 4 perpendicular. How many right angles? 4 right angles. Ready? This is what I created. Ready for the next one? This one came from the Indonesian team. You see that? 1 pair, 2 pairs, 3 pairs, and then 4 pairs. Alright, next one. Again, from another school in Indonesia, in Jakarta. So you can see that this is 1 parallel, 2 parallel, 3 parallel, 4 parallel, and then 4 right angles. Now you can see more images, right? Okay, ready? I love, okay, this one is also by Mentari team. 1, and then 2, 3, 4. So 1 right angle, 2, 3, 4 right angles, and 4 perpendicular. Alright, ready? The last one is my favorite. It came from a team of teachers from Bangalore in India. Not this one, sorry. This one. I thought this was a brilliant play. Did you see this? Did you get this? I thought this was a brilliant play of length. Why? Ready? So you got 1 pair, 2 pairs. Sorry, 1 pair, 2 parallel, 3 parallel, 4 parallel. Correct? What most of you did was you put the same size across here. When you do that, you're creating an angle here, another right angle. So this particular team in India, when I was working, they actually did this and I thought, wow, amazing. Parallel, but they don't extend, they just use a short one. And what did they ask me? During the training, okay, hang on, okay, sebentar ya. During the training, I gave them 5 ice cream sticks. All of the same length. Tak ada yang panjang, tak ada yang pendek, semua sama. So this teacher said, Doc, can we cut the ice cream sticks? Then I say, do whatever you want. And I'm thinking, why would they want to cut it, right? They cut it because to make sure that it doesn't meet. And I tell you, it blew my mind. The creativity that they did. It was after India, when I go for my training, that I gave you 5 different sizes of that. So you must understand why. Did you wonder why they were different in lengths? Did any of you wonder why there was a different in lengths? Did you? Did you? I didn't, obviously. I didn't. To me, they're all the same size, the same length. Right? But they saw that. It didn't come from me, it came from them. So when I went for training in, it was in, I think in Qatar. Was it Qatar or Oman? And the teacher says, oh, you gave us a mistake because you got long and short. Take back the short, we just do the long. So I took back the short. I gave them the long. Because that's what they wanted. Okay? I'm not going to say, no, you need it, because inquiry is about children creating their own knowledge. They call the shots. They make the decisions. You understand? I didn't stop you from putting away, some do triangles, some make a house. I didn't say it was wrong. There was some correctness in it. You highlight the correctness, not their flaws. Okay? Yes? I think that's the end. Any question? So with this, I know that they roughly have an idea of parallel, perpendicular, and right angles. What would I do next after this activity? I will recap the lesson, and then after that, I will assign, I will go through examples. And then after going through some examples, I will assign individual work. I would still go through example to give them another chance to apply what they have seen. Clear? Then I will assign individual work. I will not straight away assign individual after inquiry, because I don't know whether they have understood. I've not seen them apply it yet. I need to go through examples for them to apply, then assign individual work. With that, I can cover this in 3 lessons. That's how fast it is. Was your syllabus give you about 1 week or 2 weeks? Because they break it up into. So inquiry is open. It's interesting. It's crazy. Because anything is possible. Why? Because we have hundreds of minds here. Hundreds of ideas. Yes? This is a page. In my pals are here. That's an activity. You can use this activity to follow. After my activity, I will put them through this activity. Okay? It's in the textbook. I think you can see the textbook outside. Okay, something like that. Okay, ready? You have in mathematics thinking, okay, ready? You are very quiet. Either the food has settled into your stomach and you are very zen, or it's interesting. You decide. Thank you. And you decide for yourself whether it's the food or the content. Okay, ready? Now, I did this in Oman with a group of secondary school IGCSE teachers. O-levels, like the O-levels, yeah? I gave them this. I didn't say what grade it was. I didn't say. All right? I said, can you verify? So the head of department started using sine, cosine, differentiation, not variance, the trig ratio, tua kaso, soka tua, sine, tangent, cosine. And I was standing there and I'm thinking like, this is actually a grade 5. This is a primary 5 question. What did I learn from there? I learned that as adults, we tend to overthink. We tend to overthink. We complicate matters when the simplicity is there. So this guy here, his name is Iman. He drew a triangle in a square. And then he said, this is an equilateral triangle. So give reasons to support or disprove his statement. I'm not asking you to solve the problem. I'm asking you to say, is Iman's answer correct or incorrect? If it's correct, justify. If it's incorrect, justify and give a correct answer. All right. So if you flip over, you see there are 2 triangles given to you for you to play around with. You can fold, you can cut, you can do anything your creativity pushes you to do it. The question is on the paper. I gave you 2 samples to work with. How you want to do it, what you're going to do with it, It's your call. That's the beauty of inquiry. You decide. You're your own boss. I am here to facilitate. You have a question? Raise your hands or just call out. I'll come to you. 5 minutes and I'll come back to you. Boleh? Boleh tak? Okay. Right, ready? One simple way, ready, is to what? Check the angles. Well done. Simple, right? Okay. Again, some people will always have to outsmart me. They always have to be better than me. Yes? So there's this gentleman called Mr. Arif. And this is what he did. He's from Indonesia. You ready? He played around with the fact that it's a square and an equilateral. That means the square has got 4 equal sides. The equilateral, one of the base of a triangle sits on the square. Agree? Yes or no? That means the length of the equilateral and the length of the square must be the same. So what he did was, again, there was no kata. There was no kata. I just gave him the question. He took the scissors and he cut it out. So you're lucky because every time I do training, I get better and better and I learn from my teachers. Alright, so you got 2 for you to play around with. You can bring it home if you want one of them, okay? So, what he did was he brought this, he made sure that these 2 are the same. Okay, ready? So look. Can you see that? The red line here? These 2. So this thing, I will fold it to boleh? Dapat? Can you see that? This is one side of the square, right? This side here, I fold it to here. This side here, and I fold it here. That is an equilateral triangle. What kind of triangle is this? What kind of triangle is this? Because they share the same hypotenuse. You don't have to use the word hypotenuse. You can use the word the same. From this rectangle is a diagonal. Do you know what a diagonal is? Can you see this rectangle here? This is a diagonal of this rectangle. And this is a diagonal of this rectangle. So these 2 diagonals are the same. But they are not the same as this length. So that's where we learn to differentiate between isosceles and equilateral triangle. Are you blown away by Mr. Arif? I was. I still am. Okay? Third one. Do we have a third one? I'd like the third one, I think. There is a third one actually. Right on the first page. Go back to the first page. Go back to the first page. Okay? This is a grade 5, primary 5. Find the sum of angles in a triangle. So there are 4 ways that I know. 4 different ways that I know. It's on your table. It's not on my screen, on my table, because I removed it. I removed it. Do we have it? I think I removed it. Yeah. Yep, I removed it. Okay, very quickly.
Session 2.
All right, ready? You see the first page of your paper, yes? Yes? Can we, the first page? Can you see the first page? You see 4 triangles, am I right? Yes or no? Okay, very quickly, I just want to run through with you. What are the 4 ways of finding sum of angles in a triangle? The first one, very easy. What's the first one? Yeah, but what is A plus B plus C? How do you know? How do you know? No, they don't. They are supposed to discover. Today's lesson is about showing the children that the sum of angles in a triangle add up to 180 degrees. Okay, ready? How do we do that? How do we do that? The first one is to simple. What do we do? Measure lah. Betul tak? First one is we measure. Second one? What do we do for the second one? Huh? The length? No, we're talking about angles. What do? We cut all the 3 angles and then we put them on a straight line. Then we know that put a ruler is 180 degrees. Betul tak? Another one, you don't have to cut. What do you have to do? You just fold the top part. You know a triangle? Do you know the triangle? You fold the top part, they will form a straight line. Faham tak? Kalau tak faham, tanya Cik Puan di sana. Can you raise your hands? Oh, she's not listening to me. Do you understand what I mean? You know a triangle? The top part, you fold it down. Okay? The last one. The last one is interesting. What's the 4th way of finding sum of angles in a triangle? What's the last way? For those of you who can't see there, you can stand up. Ready? What we have is this is a triangle, right? Yes. Okay. Good. Does anyone see my I learned this from a secondary school teacher in one of my trainings. Alright? First 3 methods. The first one is to measure. Second, cut and arrange. They're all in a straight line. Third, fold the top flat down on straight line. 4, ready? Oh, he actually added this. He added this. What did you do? Parallel. What the parallel, huh? In grade 6. What kind of angle is this? Corresponding. What kind of angle is this? Alternate. Okay? For those of you on this side who can't see, you can just go over to the other side. Can you see from where you are? Go up. Okay. Ready? Very quick one. This is the triangle, right? What is this teacher doing? With parallel lines, okay, what? Corresponding angle. And a C is alternate angle. All right, now, okay, you have seen, ready? You have seen inquiry, and you have seen concrete, pictorial, abstract. Now, this is the part where we have a conversation. Ready? You have seen CPA, am I right? Yes? You have witnessed inquiry, am I right? Are they the same? Are they the same? CPA and inquiry. Am I asking you a question? Think about it. We started the day with concrete, pictorial, abstract. I explained to you how when you carry over, it's not carry, it's called regrouping, it's done. I show you how algebra in multiplication and algebra. The concepts are explained using concrete materials. In inquiry, I give you the liberty to create your own knowledge. I didn't tell you what the concept was. What is the difference between CPA and inquiry? Answers can vary from person to person, from me as well. What is the difference? Some say CPA is inquiry. But what do you think? What's the difference? Is there a difference? You're quiet for the first time. Wow. Not that enjoy the silence. Yes. Why? Why is it probably the same? Kenapa? Nah.
Because the process when we start from the concrete action and then the pictorial, and then the last is abstract. Looks like make people have to think how to do to solve the problem. It's quite look like an inquiry for me.
Is that right? That's how he sees it. That's how he sees it, and that's how he carries out.
And the process of CPA should have critical thinking. So that means probably the same like
So processes, can you explain in detail what are processes that you witness and what is what processes? Can we listen to it? My question is the use of processes. What processes? And that's exactly what I want you to do in your classroom. Trail down. When the children reason out with you, don't make their answers as that. Drill. Ask again. What do you mean by processes? What do you mean by ideas? What is it? Until they go like, they start thinking and they go like, yeah, right, I don't know what I'm doing. That's it. Then you start them to think the way that the right way. You navigate and facilitate. You understand? What are the processes involved? But he said thinking processes. So it's very clear. In CPA, there's thinking. In inquiry, there's also thinking.
problem solving.
Problem solving, very good. But there is no problem solving in CPA. CPA is used to explain an abstract concept. Thank you. CPA is used to explain an abstract concept. All right? Inquiry is a free rein. That means I give you the barang-barang. Do whatever you want based on what's inside. No ChatGPT, no Gemini, no nothing. Just your own co-pilot here. Understand? Once you have used this, then you use Gemini or ChatGPT or Perplexity, whatever. But you need to use your own first. And that's what we want them to do. Then we realize that what they're doing, what they're thinking is a whole lot more than what ChatGPT is offering them. Inquiry is creative. You saw the responses that I got from the teachers, right? To me, it was mind-blowing. Okay? All right? Yes. It's humbling as well that there are people out there who are like so fast, smarter, and capable and more creative than I am. It's a learning process for me. Whereas the CPA, I know exactly what I want them to discover for that lesson. Because we are going to use this concept to solve problem. Remember you talked about problem solving? We need the concept from the CPA to use in problem solving. That's my perception. If you disagree and you have your own perception, you are probably right. Because that's how you see things, that's how you interpret it. We have finished CPA and inquiry. Yes? Okay. Thoughts, reflections, before I move on to the next one. The next giant, the next elephant in the room of problem solving. Any thoughts? Any thoughts? Oh, they are having fun. Not with me, obviously. Anyone? You cannot be quiet because in your classroom, you want the children to share their learning processes to see what is it that awakens their senses. What was it that they discovered this morning? I am trying to cut down your teaching time. I'm trying to pass the baton of teaching to the children. But does that mean that your job is lighter? I don't want you to teach in your classroom. I want the children to teach themselves. But what's your role then? What do? Facilitate, very good. But before you can facilitate, your role is even more. Because behind the scenes, before the lesson, you have to prepare all of this. You have to anticipate their questions. You have to anticipate their resistance. Kenapa mereka tak mau belajar? Kenapa mereka tak mau terima? You must anticipate and you must have this bag full of ideas or questions to motivate them, to encourage them. Let's that's your role as a facilitator. You must always be ready with questions to motivate. And you must refrain from being critical. Oh, this is wrong. That's not right. This is the way it's done. When I was as a group, I said, what if I take this away and I put the smaller one there? Then they all go like, the thinking happens. You understand? That is facilitating. Are we very clear? Being a facilitator is just not leaving the learning to the children. Being a facilitator means you have to prepare beforehand. And it's easy because there are so many resources that is provided for you or can be provided for you. Right, the lesson plans, the resources, the online resources are all you have to do is decide what you want to do and then go to the EduHub and then it's just there for you to pick and choose. But you must know what you want to achieve at the end of lesson that you are preparing. Am I talking to myself? Can someone say something? Yes, no? Anyone? Half-half. What is half-half? I am talking to myself halfway, okay? Oh, half-half. So honest. Who said that? You must give me credit for honesty and bravery. Okay, so let's cut the half-half. I don't do half-half. I do a yes and no. Alright, ready? So the next one is problem solving. It's not lunchtime yet, you just had a break. Okay, ready? Now, problem solving is, I use a lot of Schoenfeld and I use a lot of George Polya. Some of you would have heard. Let's take a look at these two pictures. Figure it out. Every minute, I'll drop a clue for you.
I have something a bit too much.
Boleh. Ready? Next clue coming up. Look at the screen. Did you think of this way? Yes? So how do we proceed from here? How do we proceed from here? Ready? Okay. Ready? So, ready? Look at the next one, huh? Because the bear is the same. Originally, it was on top. So now, I bring it down. What do I do next? Pagi dua. Dapat tak? Alright, this is the kind of thinking we want the children to have in our classroom. So your choices of question is not just word problems alone. Okay? Question? No. Is this the one? Is this you? Problem solving? You want to be able to do problem solving? Is it you wanting to learn the model method? Is it you wanting to learn the high order thinking? Or simply this? Because in my classroom, the only thing I want to achieve every single day is just the simple O. This one here. This is what I want to achieve every day. Because if I can achieve this, I can achieve this, and I can achieve this. If I can't achieve this, then I can forget these two. Understanding. Are the kids in your classroom understanding what you're doing or what they're doing? That's the most important thing. All right, ready? Alan Schoenfeld says, in problem solving, ready? There are 4 things. One is your mathematical knowledge, your techniques. Your technique is your strategy. Is it algebraic method? Is it model method? Is it guess and check? What are the different heuristic strategies you're going to use? What is control? Control is the students making the decision after reading and go like, I am going to do it this way because of this, of this, of this. So they are in charge of their own learning. Then belief. What is belief? This is important. Huh? A lot of the children in my classroom believe that they cannot do it. They believe that they can't do it. They believe that even if they could solve it, the answer is wrong. So it's a belief. So Schoenfeld feels that this actually controls your problem solving. We don't, while we take this into consideration, what I usually do back at home, we go by Polya. Polya has got a 4-step to problem solving. Okay? All right? The first one is to understand the problem. And once you have the understanding, you come up with a plan. And then you do what you write in the plan, and then you verify, you check that you're on the right track. So in Singapore, back home, we use a lot of George Polya in problem solving. All right? So now, so what is the problem then? It's perfect, right? There's Schoenfeld, there's Polya, Polya has a framework, everything should work. Am I right? Yes? But it's not working. Okay, it's not working. Why is it not working? Even back home, it didn't work. Because why? When we did the search, we found that there was a lack of understanding. And because there was a lack of understanding, there was a lack of planning. Is this your classroom? It is a global problem. It is just not a problem. It's everywhere. The root of the problem is always understanding the problem. Okay? So what do we need to do? We need to equip them with a repertoire of strategies. All right, so to overcome this, what we did was we actually come up with a scaffolding through questioning. Can you read the question on the board first? It's a fraction, but we're not doing it using the fraction method. Ready? Tom bought a pizza. He ate 1/3 of the pizza and gave some to his brother. He was then left with what? But he ate 1/3. And then it became what? So what fraction of the pizza did Tom give his brother? So what people will do is they will multiply 1/3 with 2/3 or whatever. Okay, but before we get them to start, okay, ready? Let's take a look at the Polya's approach. Okay, ready? You look at the screen. What I did was I talked about the problem to the kids. So what do I do? Hang on. Don't solve first, don't worry. I actually want to show you a different way of doing it. Okay, are you doing my model? My model. Okay, hang on. You are on the highway. The children are at the traffic light. Okay, just go easy first. So what fraction of the pizza did Tom eat? Very simple. Gave his brother. Do you know how much he gave his brother? We don't know. That's what we're supposed to find. How much is he left with? Okay, so these are questions that you ask to get them to understand the problem. Okay, ready? Okay, so the next question is, note the two fractions. One is 1/3 and the other one is 1/5. The bases are not the same. The bases are not the same. The one he ate, all right, and the one that he's left with, how do you deal with a problem whose denominators are different? How? Okay, so I'm going to stop here. I'm going to show them a diagram. Ready? Look at the diagram. Take a look. At the diagram. Ready? Okay, ready? He ate 1/3. Am I right? Good. He's left with 1/5. Am I right? Somewhere in between, he gave his brother. Agree? So then, look at this. This pizza is cut into 3. The same pizza is cut into what? 5. But how? Not some size, but the same pizza. So okay, so how do I explain? You need to subdivide, correct? How do we subdivide? What do you tell the children when you subdivide? What do you tell the children when you want to break this part here? What do you tell them? How do you explain to them? How do you explain to them? Sorry? How do you explain? Would you like to share with us? No? Yes? Yes, come. When your colleague or your friend is talking, can you listen, please? Thank you.
Okey, di sini mula-mula ada 3 bahagian. 3 bahagian. Jadi satu bahagian tu yang si punya tu makan lah. So ada lagi 2 bahagian kan? 2 bahagian. Di sini kita just tengok pembawah saja. Fine kan? Fine. Jadi semua ni kita bagi. Ni kita bagi 5, 5, 5, 5, 5. 15.
Wait. Siapa 15? Saya tak dengar.
Sebab
Sorry. Why 15? Did you wonder why 15? Sorry, Pak.
15 sebab satu bahagian ni 5. Pembawah. Jadi ni setiap bahagian di section ni kita akan pecah pada 5 lah. Bawah. Okay. 15 ni 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Dia yang bawahnya 15 lah. Dia tadi kan 15. Kan? Cuma yang bagi yang ni saja. Ya. Yang ini sama yang ni dengan yang ni apa yang makan utama dengan yang ada dia punya tu. So bila ni sedikit saja. Jadi dia setiap section lah. Apa 15 tu kan bukannya pembawa. Yang tu banyak semua bahagian. Semua bahagian. 15 tu sebab kalau maksudnya kita nak bagi.
I asked, he said he's on the right track. He's able to solve, but he brought in the word 15. He's right. But I'm a low performing kid. I don't understand why it's 15. I'm asking him why it's 15. You gotta listen to what he's saying. Same thing in your classroom. 150. Only you know 150 like what he said. I'm talking to myself. Okay? So yes, sorry Pak. Terima kasih.
Okay. Sebab sini bagi baki itu hanya ada 1/5 saja.
Yes, betul.
Kan? Bagi 1/5. Jadi so sini jadi kita letak tu automatik lah. Di 5, 10, 15 15 dah. 3 ni kan?
Betul, betul.
Okey. 3 maksudnya 15 tu untuk 3 orang.
Now we get somewhere. Dia bilang 3 orang. Dia pecahkan dulu yang atas. Okay? Alright? Okay, tadi 15. Dan bawah?
Okey, 15. That means daripada 15 tu kita buang 1 bahagian, 1/15.
Faham tak? Tak faham.
Jangan.
Thank you. Thank you very much. This ID. Thank you very much. He is actually very good. He knows what he's doing. He's on the right track. But remember, when you introduce 15, people like me will be wondering, kenapa 15? Dapat dari mana tu 15 tu? And then we will come with the word lowest common LCM dia 15. Why do we use the word LCM? I don't want to use the word LCM. What am I going to say? It's very simple. Ready? The first part. Okay, ready? Oh. Okay, ready kan? Boleh? Boleh tak? Boleh? I cut the pizza into 3 parts because saya dengan 2 teman saya ada di rumah. Jadi pizza tu saya potong 3, betul tak? Dah lepas potong, the doorbell rang. 2 lagi kawan saya datang. Macam mana saya nak potong pizzanya? Jadi semua orang dapat bahagian yang adil, yang sama, equal. Jadi macam mana? Saya dah terpotong dah 3 bini. How? What am I gonna do? Jadi satu ni saya potong 5, satu ni saya potong, satu ni saya potong. That's how I get 50. You understand? You are functioning at your level. You need to go down to their level to understand why it's a 15. This is the reality here. When I was in grade 7, second grade 1, I didn't understand why X is, let X be the number. X is a variable, X is not a number. So when I asked my teacher says, just take it, X is a variable. Don't ask so many questions, alright? And there are people like that in the class. That's how you introduce a 15. Okay, ready? So he's right. It is 15. Okay, ready? Next one. Okay, ready? Now, another scenario. I have the same pizza. Saya hayal. Saya potong 5. Tapi sedangkan saya cuma ada 3 rakan. Saya dengan 2 rakan 3 orang. So what am I going to do? Kata lebih. So what am I going to do then? Susah lah. Ada lebih kan? So what do I do is, yang kecil ni saya potong berapa? 3. Sebab ada 3 kawan. Saya potong 3. Kan? Saya potong 3. Saya potong 3. 3. Jadi kawan pertama dapat ini. Dan dapat yang ini. Dan dapat yang ini. Dapat yang ini. Faham tak? Yeah? Boleh? So that's how the number 15 comes into the understanding or the conversation. Are you very clear? Yes? You don't tell them, but you keep asking. So therefore, because that's how we come up with equivalent fractions. And then, the next part here. So how do you deal with a problem with enormous difference? So that's how it is. Create a conversation around that value of a different denominator. All right, next one. Is there a mention of remainder? But when there is a remainder, it's a completely different thing altogether. Okay, just to highlight to them, so I'm going to use a part whole model. So therefore, this is the, can you see? So this is the part where it's given to the brother. So this is the doing it part, and that's the checking bit. And that's what we use for Polya. So these are the things in Polya. The understanding bit, to build the understanding, we ask questions and we create discussion around the first part, which is understanding the problem. All right, ready? Okay, so this one is other heuristics, acting it out. For the younger kids, they love this. The figure below is made up of toothpicks. Rearrange 2 to form 7 squares because they have just learned the shape called square. They have just learned the shapes called squares. All right, so what we're going to do? There you go. So you've got 3 big squares and 4 small ones. Okay? It's called acting it out. You like what you did with this with a wooden sticks? You acted out the diagram. Okay, ready? Next one. Drawing a diagram. 12 scouts to be stationed at each side of a rectangular field. 4 scouts. There are 4 scouts on each side. Actually, it should be 12 scouts are to be stationed on the 4 sides. They should be on the 4 sides, not each. Okay? On the 4 sides of rectangular field, if there are 4 scouts on each side, how is this arrangement can be done? So what do you do? If I get 12 divided by 4, I'll get 3 scouts here, correct? But I want 4 scouts on each side. How? What do we do? Stand at the angle. Stand at the corners first. Okay? Position the corners. Yeah? And when you use up 4, 12 minus 4 is 8. 8 divided by 4. That's how you add the 2. Alright, next one. Another heuristics. What is it? It's guess and check. So this one, do you do this in a classroom? Guess and check? There is a method to it. There is a purpose. There is a way of doing it. 30 children at a party. Each boy ate 4 cookies and a girl ate 5. The girls ate 33 more than the boys. How many girls are there? I'm going to do my guess and check in this case. But where do I start? How do I start? Where do I start and how do I start? How? Again? Very good. She said half the total of the cookies. I wouldn't go to half the total of the cookies. I would do to half the total of the children. Very good. Ready? I know that the cookie that the girls ate, the difference between the girls and the boys is 33, correct? I will start in the middle. 15 girls and 15 boys. Why did I start in the middle? Why? Why did I start in the middle? Why? Any idea? Because there's 2 gender. Okay. Boys and girls. So if I have 3 gender, boy, girl, and undefined, that means I start at 10, 10, 10. 10, is it? Ah, really? So how? What do I do? I love, yes, I like that. But why half? Why do we start at half? Kenapa? Kenapa kita start yang pertengahan? Ada 30 anak-anak, but why do I start 15 girls and 15 boys? Kenapa? Huh? Why do I want it to be equal? Why? Yes! Mr. Saidi, is it? I like the way you listen to my session. Thank you, sir. Akhirnya? Lepas tu? Oh, yes. Well done. Very good. Smart, yes. Can I just speak? I understand. Well done. Yes. Very good. What he's saying is, you start in the middle to look at the difference. Is the difference away far from the actual number? Is it very far? Hey, the difference is 15, the difference is 33. Is it very far? Are you alive? Huh? Is it far? So what do I need to increase? Do I need to increase the girls or do I increase the boys? Girls. Why? Because we want to have a bigger difference. So how much would my next number be? How much would my next number be? It's not an IQ question. It's just a question. What would my next number be? Because, is it Mr. Zaidi, is it? Mr. Zaidi says, the difference is 15. We want 33, and then we move, we play around with the numbers. But what would my next number be? What would my next number be here? Berapa? Huh? Anyone? Anybody? Nobody? Really? Nobody? At all? Just have an answer. What would your next answer be? What would your next answer be? I'm not asking you to solve. I'm asking you to ask questions so that when you carry this up in the classroom, you know how it's done. So how? Why do I pick this number? Why? Why do I pick 20? Why? Kenapa saya pilih 20 perempuan dan 10 lelaki? Girls eat more. Yes. I want other reasons. Girls eat more. Wow. Why do I pick 20? In fact, there must be a reason why we do things. We just don't put a number there. But what is the reason? Why do we pick 20? Pandai. Huh?
Senang nak kira.
Exactly. Senang nak kira. I want a quick number. A very quick number. Which is 20 times 5 berapa? Those 10 kali 4 60 dah jauh kan? Jadi antara 15 dengan di pertengahan. So what I'm doing is saya ada 30 budak. Jadi saya pertengahkan dulu. Saya kecilkan jaringan. Is it jaringan? Is it the spread 70? I'm cutting it to half. Then I see the difference. Then I realize that 60 is too big. It's between berapa? 15 and 60 kan? So I go in the middle. What's the middle number? You cannot keep quiet. You should know this. What's the middle number? 17. Bagus. There you go. That's the way we do guess and check. You don't tell a kid, try any number until you get it. There is a strategy to it. We take the halfway mark first. And then to see how far we are from the actual requirement, which is 33. And then we narrow down and narrow down. Okay? Then the child will love to do guess and check because tak penat. So there's a strategy that we're teaching them. Alright, next one is making a supposition. Supposition comes from the word supposing. Suppose, okay, ready? There are some cars and motorcycles parked at a car park. If there are 124 wheels, hang on, how many wheels does a car have? 4. Motorcycles? Dah tak sama kan? But the total is? So how are we going to find? Are we going to use by guess and check? Yes, we can. We can also use by guess and check. Where would I start now if I use guess and check? Where would I start? 2 20, 20. Now, well done. In the middle, 20 cars, 20 motorcycle. I add up to see whether I get 124 wheels. 20 cars times 4, 20 motorcycle times 2. So I add, if I see whether I can get. If I don't, then I told you, remember I told you how to go into half from the age. You go half. I'm not going to do by guess and check. I'm going to do by supposition. Okay, ready? Now, supposition means suppose that the car and the motorcycle have 2 wheels each. Boleh tak? Boleh tak? Suppose that the cars have 2 wheels. Boleh? And the motorcycles have 2 wheels. Kan? Kan? Jadi kalau ada 40 vehicles, how many wheels are there altogether? Hah? Kenapa pula? Ya ke? Kalau semua, if a car and a motorcycle ada 2 wheel each. Betul tak? Jadi sama lah, motosikal dan kereta ada 2 tayar, dua-dua. Boleh tak? Boleh ya? Jadi kalau ada 40, berapa? 80, betul kan? Okay, so betul tak? Betul kan? Tapi kita ada baki, kita ada lebihan. Lebihannya berapa? Lebihannya 44. Masalahnya sekarang, kereta perlu lagi 2 tayar. Jadi kita pergi ke 44 ni, saya bagilah kasih 2 satu kereta, kasih lagi 2. So what do? I have how much? 22 cars. You understand? I make everything the same first. Boleh? Okay, you can use this. You are frowning because. Are you okay, sir? Yes, you are frowning because. You don't know also. Okay, tak faham. Kita mula-mula. We just say that the cars and the wheels, saya kasih 2 tire for the cars and 2 tire for the motorcycle. Motorcycle lah happy lah. Sebab perlu 2 tire kan. Kereta ni tak boleh jalan sebab dia perlu lagi 2. Yang baki itu saya masukkan ke dalam kereta. You look at me, I look at you and we smile. Ah, yes. Ready to go. This one. Okay, ready? What my kids will do, which I detest so much, but I cannot say I don't like it. Okay, ready? Are we ready? Are we ready? Okay. So what they will do is look at the screen. I start with this. They will say that, can you see this part here? This part, I put here. You see this part here? I put here. So it becomes 1 square. Boleh gitu? Katanya gini ya. This small square here, this part here, this triangle here, I put here. Boleh? Boleh kan? Ya kan? How do we know they are the same? So I ask my kid. Ini ya, yang ini, dia tolak ke sini. How do you know they are the same? Okay, then, mana lagi ya? Yang ini dia tolak ke sini. So I say, how sure are you that they are the same? Yeah, they're the same. They're the same. How do you know? I can see from my eye. They got very good eyes, haven't they? Huh? Okay, yang ini pun nanti yang ini ditolak ke sini. Dia kata my eye can see they are equal. Yeah. You know that doesn't work like that, right? So what do I do then? You ready? We look at the outside. We look at the definite shape. I will take the whole room. Can you see that? You see that? These two, I combine, and then what next? Sorry. And then this one, what do I get if I combine this with this one? What do I get? A square. So I take the whole big rectangle minus a square minus a rectangle. And that's how I get my shape. And I don't need bionic eyes to do this. Okay? I use common sense. I use reasoning. And I'm very certain that's the way to do it. We're cutting out all the assumptions in our classroom. We're getting them to do logical reasoning. All right, so this one, listing. Okay, ready? This is, I took this from a Cambridge question, a grade 6. A snail is at the bottom of a well. Starting from 12 p.m., it climbs up 4.5 meters in 1 hour. What happens after that? It will rest for 1 hour. While it's resting, it melorot lah ke bawah 3 meter. Okay, it slides down. If the pattern of climbing and resting continues, what time will we get to the snail out of the wall? I made a mistake during this because why? Because I was relying on listing. There was a pattern that I noticed. So what did I do? Can you see that? I started to list. Listing and guess and check, they're different. Guess and check, kita mula di pertengahan. Kalau listing, kita mula dengan permulaan. Or whatever that we see. Permulaannya, the first 2 hours, dia naik 4.5, dia melorot 3, dia cuma panjat berapa? Dia merangkak 1.5, betul tak? The next hour dia naik berapa? 4.5, dia melorot 3, dia dapat 3. Then I realized that every 2 hours the increment is 1.5, 1.5, 1.5, 1.5, 1.5, 1.5, 1.5. Correct or not? Yes or no? Okay? Yes or no? Okay, now? Then the next thing is, so my answer, what I did was, I continued until I get one. I continued until I get one. But what I didn't realize is that, at this point, the next hour, the snail has already reached the top of the well. It will not slide down anymore because it can come out of the well. And that was my mistake. Okay? Yeah? Right. Okay? Look, I'm going to skip this. I'm not going to do this for you. That was a pattern that I was doing just now. I was doing it 1.5, 1.5, and then I went on, and that was my mistake. All right, so I finished CPA, I finished inquiry, and I finished problem solving and heuristics. And is that much? Is it 12:20? Yes? Okay, so we're going to do the model method first, okay? Now, can you look up? You ready? You ready? Good. Now, no, don't worry. Don't worry. I'm going to move to the last part, which is the model method. And the last part, you guys are going to solve. Okay? But before you solve, I'm going to show you how it's done. But before that, before I move on to the last part of the training, I need to stop here and I need to ask you, how has it been for the first 3? Anyone? How has it been for the first 3? Anybody? Anyone? Questions? Anybody? You want to say something? My question to you is, at every point of learning, there must be some form of reflection. What are your thoughts? What are your feelings? What are your observations? What you see, what you feel, what's going on in your head are important processes or feelings that's changes that's going into your system. What are you seeing? What are you feeling? And what are you thinking? Can you share with me at least one? Yes, Mr. Zaidi. Huh? You think harder. But can you handle it? Can you handle it? Okay. Okay, then the thing is, if it's getting harder, am I making it simpler for you? Am I making it simpler for you? Huh? You don't have to say yes. Okay. All right. Good observation. It's getting harder because we're not explaining a concept. We're not learning something new to inquiry. We are applying what we have learned to solve problems. And that's the reason why it's getting harder, because we're applying what we know into real life problems that's given like that. Okay? Anyone else? Thank you very much, Mr. Saidi. That's wonderful. Anyone else? Your feedback? Anyone? Anybody? It is supposed to be an interactive way of learning. You just don't listen to me. I need to listen to you as well. Any thoughts? Yes? Where? What? Who? Somebody say yes. You want to say something? Anyone? Anyone? I'm not rushing to complete. If I can't complete, I can't complete. Okay? But what I'm interested in you, what's going on in there? Are you fearful? Are you afraid? Because it's something that you're not doing in your classroom. Are you thinking that where is the time to do all of this? Are you thinking like, will I be able to cover the syllabus? Are you thinking, can I carry this out? It looks so difficult. Can I do it? What are you thinking? What are you thinking? Are you feeling afraid? Anyone? No? Okay. Can I say something? No? No, I can't say something. Are you ready? Are you ready? Okay, good. In your classroom. Okay, hang on. You ready? In your classroom, if this is how it's like in your classroom, then you should worry. Why? Why? If you're asking the children, how do you feel about the lesson? What was it? Tak payah marah. No need to be angry, really. It doesn't make me angry at all. Really. If this is the classroom you're going to have, in your classroom, if this is the kind of classroom you're going to have, then you should worry because you don't know where you are at. Okay? You don't know how much the children have learned. You don't know the questions that they have. You don't know the weaker ones, whether they know or they have not. And if this is your classroom, then you should really worry. Because the only time you will know is when you give them work and when you mark, you realize, oh dear God, they have not understood a single thing. When they could have used that opportunity that they're given to ask and clarify what they don't understand. Like how Mr. Zaidi, he was standing there and I said, kenapa 15? Saya tak faham kenapa 15. Dapat dari mana? Kenapa nombor 15 tu special? Tolong jelaskan. And he tried and he tried and he tried. At least he knows that I don't know. So if you want your children to give you feedback on how, the feedback is not about you. The feedback is about them learning. You understand? And to do that, you need to have a conversation with the kids. That's exactly what I'm doing. I don't care about me, how the session's going on. I care about you because you gave me your day today. You gave me your time. I need to know whether at the end of the session, did you bring anything back home to your classroom from the session? That's what I'm interested in. Is there a learning point? Is there a takeaway? Is there something that you want to ask that you don't understand? And you have helped her to understand the car problem. So she understands something today. She understands the concept of position. Okay? I'm asking you again. Any reflections on your learning? When you open that to the classroom, the children are not talking about your teaching. You're not talking about my session today. You're talking about yourself. How do you feel about the session so far? What have you learned? What are your fears after you leave the classroom? My principal will say, oh, you went for the session, now you have to implement it in the classroom. Is that fearful for you? What are your thoughts? Do you want to change? Do you want to what? What are your thoughts? Anyone? Okay. But just a note, okay? In the classrooms, practice reflection. Very, very important for the children. Don't be low-key to give up 5 minutes for them to reflect on what they are learning, because that 5 minutes is so good, because then they realize, oh, I know this, I don't know that. And if they don't know that, come to see me during snack or come to see me later or ask a friend. So they know there are ways for them to help them out. Okay? Boleh? Can or not? Boleh tak? Okay? So always practice reflection. How many of you do reflection in your classroom? Huh? Sticky notes. Okay. Do you read them? Baca tak? Baca. Do you act on it? Okay, bagus. Kalau kita buat sticky note reflection, kita harus baca. And lepas kita baca, kita harus act on it. Yeah? Just put very good star or something like that, so they know that you value their reflection. Okay? Sticky note is one of them. You know what's a sticky note, right? You put it on the wall. How you feel about today? All right? Okay? So, I'm going to give you, do we break for lunch or do I give them a 5-minute break? No, okay. I tell you what, I'm just going to move on a bit about problem model methods. And then I'll stop at 1 or 1:15. All right? Okay? The model method is a visual representation of a problem. Boleh? That's how it looks like. Every part represents a part of a question. Ready? There are 2 types. One is part whole, and the other one is comparison. Do you know the difference? What is the difference? Volunteers? And what's the difference between part whole and... Do you know? Huh? Sorry, what is it? Any idea of what a part whole is? Go back to the word part of a whole. That means we're talking about one whole only, and we're breaking it into parts. That is part whole. We're talking about one diagram. Comparison, we're comparing 2 or more. Jadi ada 2 bars, okay? If you don't understand, go back to basic. What is the meaning of a part whole? The whole and there are parts. Something like this. Can you see that? Can you see that these two parts are not the same? One part, another part. Okay? Next one. They make up a whole. A very simple one. This is a grade 3. Had $10, bought a box of crayon and a pen. There you go. A box, a crayon and a pen. A box costs twice as much as a pen. So this is a pen. So the box will have what? Twice. Boleh? And then he's left with what? Can you see how visual it has become? They are thinking by looking, and by looking, they are making sense of what they are reading and what they have created or drawn. So straight away I can see that my 10, I take away the 4, I get 3 equal parts. So what do I have here? 3 parts is $6. 1 part is 2. How much does the pen cost? There you go, $2. Boleh? I check, okay? If I add this together with the, how much is it? The box of crayons, I will get that, okay? And the balance. What is part whole multiplicative? Any idea? Is the part whole? A multiplicative would be like that. All parts are the same, multiples, because they're equal parts. The first part I show you, there are 2 parts, but they are not the same. Multiplicative means they are the same, but still part whole. Now, can you see part? They are equal to make a whole. So this is one. Tim had some marbles. He gave 1/4 of them to Anne. Okay, boleh? Senang tak? The beautiful thing about doing fraction word problem is I don't even work in fractions. I work in parts. What do I mean by saying work in parts? He gave what? 1/4. So I know there are 4 equal parts. To the amount of marbles he has. He breaks it into 4 equal parts. And what happens? He gives 1 part, because this one means 1 out of 4 parts. He gives 1 part to N, and then what? The remainder is what? 5/9 of the remainder. How many parts are there here? But I want 9. It's the same concept. I have a chocolate. I cut it into 3 parts, betul tak? But I have 9 friends, including myself. So what am I going to do? So you do this. Means what? Subdivide, okay? Alright? I have 9 friends. I'm going to cut this into what? I have 3. So I'm going to cut this into 3, 3, and 3 parts. So I've got 9. So 5/9 is what he gave to Sue, and what is he left with? He's left with 4. But don't forget this, hang on, sorry. Don't forget this part here. You still need to break this part into what? 3. So how many parts do we have here? Altogether, 3. Look at this line, 3, and then 6, and then 9, and then 12. So 12 parts. This is how much he is left. 1, 2, 3, 4. So your answer is 4/12, which is 1/3. Okay? I don't have to multiply fractions. I don't have to do that. All I have to do is just to visualize it in a diagrammatic form. I create my own conversation. What conversation did I do? I asked myself, did I get Shopee? Yes, model drawing in Shopee. Alright, so ready? So I talked about 1. I said they cut into 4. 1 is given to n. Then there is this word called remainder. Next one. Lee spent 1/5 of his money on a vacuum cleaner. 1 big part. What do I do? 5 parts, correct? So this is multiplicative because each part is the same. 2/3. Okay, so this one here, ready? Look up. What is my remainder? But I want 3 here. What do I have to do? Think of Mr. Zaidi. Just now. Okay? I have 4 pizzas, 4 slices, but I want to share it with 3 friends. So what am I going to do? But then my children will say, no need to cut. My first friend will take this, second friend will take this one. My third friend will take. This one we cut into 3s. Boleh? Correct, right? So this part here I'll cut into 3, I'll cut into 3, I'll cut into 3, I'll cut into 3 lah. So then what do I have there? Remainder. I cut into 3. This actually, she says, no need to cut this, Huda. Just take 1. Second friend, third friend, I only cut this part. So 1 friend will get the whole plus a tiny part here. But if you cut here 3, then everything else must be cut into 3. And this one pun kena potong juga. 3. Okay? So what is the next part? He's left with what? 2/3. 2/3 is now how much? 2/3. How many parts are there here? 9. So what do we have to do? We have to change this into what? 9. Correct? So how much is it? The refrigerator times 3 times 3. What do I get? 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wait. 2/3 of the remaining. Sorry. So times. What do I have here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. How? Why do I have 8 and not 6? Enam ke 8? Nah, bukan 8. Hah? How? If we change this to 9 times 3 times 3, I get 6, but I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Why do I have 8 instead of 6? Why? Saya salah ke? Kenapa saya betul pula? Now I'm confused. Kenapa saya betul? Satu bahagian 4 ke? Jadi 4. Okay. So then, now you're confusing me. Tak faham. So now I'm confusing you. Why? Because if you change this to 9, if you change this to 9, it will be 6 over 9. Then I must get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. But then there are not 9. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. This should be what? 3 times 4. Okay? So if there are 12 parts, this is times 4, that's how I get 8. Okay? Question? Or are you confused like me as well? Really? So then he's left with those parts there. So 4 units is 320. 1 unit is divided by 4. How much we have at first? Each part I cut into 3. 3, 6, 9, 12, 15. So it's 15. Okay? Okay? And alright, this is your turn. You ready? You can do this. Come on. Shuba. You can do this. Do we have paper for that? They're giving you papers. Don't use all of it because you have later you have work to do. Okay? They will distribute some papers for you. Be frugal. Take what you need because the next part is you solving 7 questions for me. So you still need the paper. All right? The key word here is half of the class are boys. So this half would be boys, and then the other half would be, well done, 2/3 of the boys. So boys, I'm going to cut it into what? Well done. But 2/3 are short-sighted. You got this in your diagram? Good. Let's talk about the girls. Half of the girls are short-sighted. Okay, so my question is this, this part equals to this, correct? These two are the same, correct? Is this one and this one the same? No, because this is half. Half of the half, this is 1/3 of the half. Okay, so they're not the same. How do we make them the same? Untung lagi, subdivide. So this one, right, has 3 parts. This one has 2 parts. How do I make 3 and 2 the same? So it's the same story. There are 3 slices of pizza I want to share with 2 persons. So what do? I cut half. I take again. Sorry. I'll take one. This one I cut into half, correct? If I cut this into half, then everything will be half. This one, I have 2 pizzas I want to share with 3 persons. So what do? Cut into 3. So 1, 2, 3. So I get 1, 2, 3, and then 1, 2, 3. Okay? All right, all together, let me ask you, are these parts the same from here to here? This one, are they the same from here to here to here to here to here? Are these 2 parts the same then? Are all the parts the same? Do I have to multiply fractions? No, I don't. I just make sense of what the question is. Okay? So, what fraction are normal sighted? These are the normal sighted. Boys. The girls will be normal sighted will be here. How do I get 12? Because there are 12 equal parts. Okay, so this is a sample of how a model drawing is. It looks horrendous, right? Yes. But that is the product of a child's thinking. Imagine having to mark this. It's not terrible. It's a pleasure because why? I actually know his strengths and I actually know his mistakes or his weaknesses. His weakness is he didn't understand the concept here. Why? Because when you add, your total cannot be the same before and after. Correct? So just by looking at the diagram, I understand that the child has no concept of before and after. But he's trying actually. Do you want to give it a go? I didn't do the working for this, but you can take a look at it. So you can see that 1/3 of the pens were red. So can you see? It's very good. 1/3 are red. Then what happens? Add 15 red pens. When you add, this thing will be longer, right? Okay, so 4/9 will be red. So the red has become 4. That means the blue or the other colors will be 5 parts, correct? 5 parts will be the same as what? 2 parts here. So you make the 5 parts and the 2 parts to be the same. So you break this into 5 parts, 10. Very good. So you have 15, 5, 10, 15. Okay? So 15. Anybody wants me to explain this? I just wanted to, I'm not solving it, I'm just explaining to you where he has gone wrong. Okay? So the next one, I wanted you to work for is this one. Try out this one. It's a very simple question. Try out this one. The diagram is very good. The diagram is correct. The 3 bags, this is the cost of the 3 bags. So 3 to 4 divided by what? Divided by? What should it be? 3 and not 4. That was the mistake of the child here. You okay? Why did the child divide by 4? Any idea? Do you know why the child divided by 4? Because there are 4 items, right? 1 wallet, 3 bags. So the child thought there were 4 items. This is the cost of 1 wallet and the cost of 3 bags because this is the cost. So this. So this is the 3 items here, 1 item. So this is the cost of the 3 items. So this should be a 3 actually. Okay, 3. Right, so then, okay, this one sounds very difficult. I want you to follow with me, Ken. I don't want you to do this. I want you to listen. I want you to ask me questions if you don't understand. Yeah? Can you read very quickly? Can you read the question? Bought a laptop. Ready? Sold the laptop at the usual price. You will get. Okay, can I go through this with you? Can I go through this with you? Yes? Are you with me? Good. Can I stop? So there you go. Oh, this is not right. Okay, ready? Ready? If he sold the laptop at the usual price, this is the usual price, this is the discounted price. He would get what? More than the amount that he paid for. Agree? Because he bought it at a discount. Correct? Yes, yes, yes. Yes. Alright, now, if he sold it at what? 80% of the usual price. Where's the usual price? This is the usual price, right? 80%, he would receive what? Less than the amount he paid. He paid this much, right? It will be lesser. How much lesser? 350 lesser. This is 80% of the usual price. Then this will be what? From here to here. How much will this be from here to here? Huh? Do you follow? Or have I lost you? Or are you waiting for lunch? Which one? Do you follow? Can you follow? If you're not following, then I don't want to do this. Do you have any questions for me for this one? I thought this one is actually a very good way of showing you how a very complicated word problem can be made visual, and you can actually solve it without using percentage. It's just by using unique method, unitary method. Yeah. I chose this because I wanted you to realize that actually saya tak tahu nak buat, tapi bila tengok diagram saya faham. That's my intention of showing you. But if you tengok diagram pun tak faham, then my intention tak faham. Okay? Alright, so anybody wants me to explain again? Anybody wants me to explain again? Yes. Okay, come. Let's start from the top. Ignore all these parts. Ignore all these parts. Okay, ready? Okay, so now, ignore all of this, okay? Mr. Omar bought a laptop at a discount. This is the actual price of the laptop. Boleh? Okay. Did he pay the full amount? No. He bought at a discount. Okay, so if he sold the laptop at the original price, he will get extra money. Betul tak? This is the discount, right? But he will get that. Okay so far? Amen? Okay, now, if he sells it at 80% of the usual price, so this is the usual price, yeah? 80%. But where do I put the 80%? Where? Can you see? He would receive what? Less than what he paid. What did he pay? He paid the discounted. This is the discounted price. If he sold it at 80%, dia rugi. Dia rugi berapa? 350. Sebab dia bayar sebanyak begini, dia bayar sebanyak ini, dia cuma dapat gini aja. Sebab dia rugi 350. Okay, boleh faham? Boleh ikut? Kan? Jadi kalau ini 80%, yang ini berapa persen? 20. So 20% ni 900 lah kita add. So 100% times 5 is this. So he paid this one minus the discount. Okay? So this is, like I said, I wanted to show you this because it's a very complicated problem. My grade 6 out of 21, only 2 can solve this. But when I showed this, I got like 15 children who could actually do this after I explained to them. The power of visual diagrams, okay, actually makes sense of the abstractness of the words in the word problem. All right, so that is 20% of his usual price. So the next part I'm going to do is comparison. Now, after comparison, I've done part whole. You've seen some examples of part whole. I am going to do comparison, but not now. I will let you out of your torture. But not yet. Kesian, kita makan dulu ya. Okay? So we eat first. But before we eat, hand you back to the MC to see Miss Cole. Miss Cole.
Finish?
One.
Terima kasih diucapkan kepada Dr. Norhuna Musa di atas perkongsian ilmu matematik sebentar tadi. Jadi kita ada sambungan lagi selepas ini insyaAllah untuk yang bahagian ilahan penyelesaian masalah. Diteruskan dengan program perasmian penutupan program kita pada hari ini insyaAllah. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera. Raja berdaulat, Raya berilmu, negeri sejahtera, Perlis maju. Garang Raya Perlis bermentaliti kelas pertama dalam semua tindakan. Sehaluan menerajui kecemerlangan. Salam Perlis Please. Salam Malaysia Madani. Yang berbahagia Datuk Johari bin Muhammad Darus, Setiausaha Kehormat Yayasan Tuanku Putra. Yang berusaha Puan Suhana binti Muhammad Ishaq, Ketua Penolong Pengarah Sains dan Matematik. Yang berbahagia Dr. Norhuna Musa, penceramah jemputan kita pada hari ini. Yang dihormati Cik Koh B. Ching, Attaché Pendidikan EM Ho Chi Minh, Vietnam. Yang dihormati Encik Chi Kong Yong. Yang dihormati Encik Chong Wai Ming. Yang dihormati Encik Ho Jun Hin. Yang dihormati Puan Si B. Ching. Yang dihormati pegawai-pegawai Ikhtisas Jabatan Pendidikan Negeri Perlis. Yang dihormati pegawai SIC Plus. Yang dihormati guru-guru besar Sekolah Rendah Perlis. Yang dihormati ketua-ketua panitia matematik Sekolah Rendah Perlis serta tuan-tuan dan puan-puan sidang hadirin sekalian.
Alhamdulillah, marilah kita merafakkan setinggi-tinggi kesyukuran kehadap Allah kerana dengan izin dan limpah rahmatnya kita dapat berhimpun dalam program yang sangat bermanfaat ini. Selamat datang ke program Perkongsian Amalan Terbaik Kaedah Pengajaran Matematik Konkret Pictorial Abstract CPA di bawah program JLIDS in Digital School JLIDS tahun 2025. Kini majlis dengan hormatnya menjemput yang berbahagia Datuk Johari bin Muhammad Darus, Setiausaha Kehormat Yayasan Tuanku Said Putra untuk menyampaikan ucapan perasmian program pada hari ini. Majlis mempersilakan.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera dan salam publicity. Yang berbahagia, Dr. Nurhuda Musa, Penceramah Pengajaran kita pada hari ini. Yang dihormati Cikgu BJ Agensi Pendidikan dan Kontinus Vietnam. Yang dihormati Encik Ci Koyong, yang dihormati Cik Chong Lemay, yang dihormati Encik Ho Chun Win, yang dihormati Puan Si Bintin, yang berusaha Puan Suzana binti Wang Ustaz Ketua Penolong Pengarah Sains dan Matematik, yang dihormati pegawai Iktizaz DPM, pegawai lain, yang dihormati guru besar Sekolah Negeri Polis dan semua tuan-tuan dan puan-puan yang saya hormati sekalian. Alhamdulillah, syukur kita ke Allah SWT kerana dengan limpah kuliah dan inayahnya kita dapat bersama-sama dalam satu lagi program berimpak tinggi, iaitu Perkongsian Amalan Terbaik Kaedah Pengajaran CPA oleh seorang tokoh dalam bidang pendidikan matematik, iaitu Dr. Nurhuda Musa. Program ini adalah sebahagian daripada inisiatif JLIDS in Digital School Police, satu gagasan yang lahir daripada titah duli yang teramat mulia Tuanku Raja Muda Polis, dengan matlamat menjadikan polis sebagai sebuah contoh bukan sahaja dalam penggunaan teknologi moden digital, tetapi juga dalam melahirkan guru-guru yang pakar dan progresif dalam kajian tentang kaedah dan prinsip pengajian moden. Maka hari ini kita berkumpul atas niat yang sangat mulia untuk menimba ilmu, memperkasakan kemahiran dan menyampaikan yang terbaik buat anak-anak didik kita. Pendekatan konkret Pictorial Abstract CPA adalah di antara kaedah pengajaran matematik yang terbaik, mampu meningkatkan kefahaman murid secara menyeluruh daripada objek konkret kepada visual dan akhirnya ke tahap abstrak. Sesungguhnya kejayaan pendidikan bukan sekadar diukur pada bangunan dan gadget yang canggih, tetapi pada kualiti pengajaran dan kekuatan ilmu guru di bilik kerja. Maka inisiatif ini adalah satu langkah tepat untuk melengkapkan pendidikan dengan penguasaan tentang kaedah dan prinsip pengajaran moden. Saya ingin merakamkan setinggi-tinggi penghargaan kepada Jabatan Pendidikan yang diperlis atas kerjasama dan komitmen padu dalam menjayakan program ini. Juga kepada semua guru-guru matematik yang hadir pada hari ini. Tuan-tuan dan puan-puan adalah tunjang masa depan negara. Saya percaya dengan usaha berterusan seperti ini, polis akan memimpin iaitu JLIDS dan menjadikan negeri pertama yang bukan sahaja canggih dari segi peralatan, malah mantap dari segi pendidikan. Dengan lafaz Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, saya dengan sukacitanya meresmikan program Perkongsian Amalan Terbaik Kaedah Pengajaran CPA oleh Dr. Musa. Anjuran bersama Yayasan Tuanku Syed Putra, Konsorsium Kebudayaan Malaysia dengan kerjasama DPN di bawah inisiatif JLIDS in Digital School Police. Semoga program ini memberi manfaat besar kepada seluruh warga negara pendidikan polis. Sekian. Wabillahi taufiq wa hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Terima kasih diucapkan kepada Yang Berbahagia Datuk atas ucapan perasmian yang amat bermakna seperti tadi. Mohon Datuk Johari untuk terus berada di pentas bagi sesi yang seterusnya. Sebagai tanda penghargaan dan ucapan terima kasih, pihak majlis dengan segala hormatnya menjemput dan mempersilakan Encik Chi Kong Yong, CEO Syarikat APD, diiringi oleh Puan Suhana binti Muhammad Ishak untuk menyampaikan cenderhati kepada Yang Berbahagia Datuk Johari. Dipersilakan. Terima kasih diucapkan.
Sebagai rakaman detik manis hari ini, dijemput semua untuk sesi bergambar rasmi bersama tetamu penghormat dan penceramah.
Okey, mohon bersama semua guru besar dan guru untuk bergerak ke bahagian pentas untuk sesi fotografi. Ya.
Kita video, kita event, buku habis. Kita dapat dua tipe ya, dua. Jadi kita masih solusi ya.
Okay, salam sejahtera. I rasa sebab kita tak muatkan pentas tu kan. Okay, kita jemput dulu tuan-tuan, puan-puan guru besar untuk ambil gambar. Lepas tu baru kita tukar dengan ketua-ketua panitia. Alright, okay. Jadi jemput tuan-tuan, puan-puan guru besar. Okay, terima kasih. Minta pegawai SISC dengan pegawai yang tak pegang kamera bersama-sama dengan kita orang ni. Jangan pula pegawai tertinggal. Okay, freestyle. Okay, terima kasih guru besar. Minta boleh jamu selera. So, ketua-ketua panitia yang dikasihi sekalian, boleh tak bergerak ke depan? Terima kasih. Hai ketua-ketua panitia. Okey, yang lelaki kita santai-santai kat depan. Okey. Lepas tu yang perempuan kita berdiri kat belakang sebab para wanita kita lebih banyak banding dengan kaum lelaki. Okey, silakan. Ambil. Okey, silakan. Yang duduk pun boleh. Okey, terima kasih. So boleh jam. Ada lagi? Alright. Okey, terima kasih semua. So semua sila jamu selera.
Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh dan selamat sejahtera. Jadi sekejap lagi selepas kita mengambil materi hari, diminta kepada rakan-rakan guru, panitia dan juga tuan-tuan guru besar untuk berada di Dewan Semula pada pukul 2.20 insyaAllah. Ya, 2.20 lah. Kita beristirahat dalam masa lebih kurang 1 jam. Okay, selamat mengganggu selera.